you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Chen.
Good morning, Professor Schiller. This is Ming-Chi of Interior, Mayor of Taiwan City, Chairman of Bank of Taiwan, and friends from Asian Business Society and the Global Transparency Congress, and the guests all over the world. Welcome to the Joint Congress hosted by Asian Business Society and the Global Transparency Congress. On behalf of the Asian Business Society, I would like to thank you all for your support and participation. At the last year's conference, we have participants from more than 20 different regions around the world. Once again, welcome everyone. The aim of the Asian Business Society is to encourage the development of research and education on real estate by providing a forum for real estate scholars, practitioners, and policy analysts to exchange and discuss their latest research findings. With last year's Joint Conference, we have a total of 380 papers. We have arranged several keynote speech, panel, and debating activity. This year, we are very honored to have Dr. Robert Schiller, one of the world's most influential and Nobel Prize-winning young economists, as our keynote speaker. Dr. Schiller will be giving us a speech about asset price inflation and share his view from psychological perspectives. Moreover, it's a great pleasure that we are able to have Jason, the President of Bank of Taiwan, and Lin Jialong, the Mayor of Taiwan City, as our keynote speaker. The primary theme of our bilingual plenary panel is about economic reform and the real estate market. We have invited 8 professors and scholars from all over the world as our speakers. All the paper sessions and the panels will cover a great variety of material, which comprise 4 dimensions, including education, academic research, market practice, and policy research. The S-Series conference has been held for 22 years, and over the course this year's conference, we hope that scholars, elites, government officials will be exchange their thoughts and ideas on different real estate related topics and to encourage cooperation between industry and academia. I'm not sure how many of you have ever visited Taiwan before, but as one of the most visited places in Asia, Taiwan is well known for its delicious food. And for Taiwan, where we are right now, is one of the most popular tourist destinations in Taiwan, and is famous for its present climate, rich culture, and numerous natural landscape. To make sure you'll get to see the most of this beautiful city during your stay, we have arranged visits to several construction projects as well as cultural, heritage, and architectural sites. So please enjoy it. Next, on behalf of Asian Real Estate Society, I would like to thank all participants, sponsors, professors, students for your support and assistance. Organizing a large conference like this requires substantial help and support. in making this annual conference possible and successful. Lastly, with our best wishes, we hope all of you have an unforgettable experience in Taiwan this year at this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chen. Thank you. Please take your seat. Next, we would like to welcome to the stage Chairperson of Global Chinese Real Estate Congress, Professor Ming-Chi, to give us some remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Professor Ming-Chi.
Honored members of Global Chinese Real Estate Congress and the Asian Real Estate Society, professors and experts from the industry, and our keynote speakers, and all of our guests, welcome and good morning. 亲爱的世界华人不动产学会的会员朋友们，以及亚洲不动产学会的会员朋友们，今天我们的专题演讲嘉宾，以及我们内政部的叶部长叶俊荣，台中市市长林佳龙，以及营建署许文龙署长、地政司王金秀司长，我们市府团队3位副市长，以及各位直属首长们，以及来自我们台湾各个公协会，包含不动产中介全联会林正雄理事长、中国土地改革协会卓辉华理事长、台中市不动产开发工会邱崇泽理事长、台中市大台中不动产开发工会季吉川理事长、台中市不动产中介工会吴本元理事长、台中市不动产联盟李嘉颖理事长，在座各位亲爱的贵宾、亲爱的朋友们，大家早安，大家好。欢迎大家来到全台湾最宜居的城市台中市，也欢迎大家来参加2017年世界华人不动产学会暨亚洲不动产学会的联合年会。今天是年会的开幕典礼，我在这里代表主办单位感谢大家的热情参与。世界华人不动产学会自2008年在上海成立以来，每年都在世界各个主要的城市举办年会，为不动产的学术研究人员、企业人员以及政策制定者提供了一个非常好的一个交流平台。今年是世界华人不动产学会第9届的年会。因为科技的进步与创新，全球自然环境快速的恶化，在房地产开发、管理、更新等等领域都面临了极大挑战。如何提升人们的居住品质，以及提供可负担的住宅，是不动产各界非常重要的课题。本次大会的主题就定位为智慧城市与高品质的居住环境。今天的开幕典礼，非常感谢内政部叶俊荣部长的莅临。叶部长在公务繁忙之余，非常重视此次会议，而且特地把他的行程拨开，来到台中市，欢迎世界各地远道而来的朋友们。主办单位住宅学会非常感谢叶部长，我们也感谢会议的地主城市台中市林佳龙市长对于本次会议大力的支持与协助。等一下，林佳龙市长也将在专题演讲中谈在全球化浪潮之下台中的城市发展战略。本次会议也邀请到诺贝尔经济学奖2013年的得主 Professor Robert Shiller 担任专题演讲嘉宾。Robert Shiller 教授是现任耶鲁大学教授，他在金融市场、金融创新、投资行为等方面有相当好的研究，从人类的心理来解释投资的行为。Robert Shiller 教授跟艾伦威斯先生教授也共同创造了房地产价格指数， 现在是美国重要的房价指数。他是一位理论与实务兼备的学者。今天，台湾金控的李杰成董事长也将为我们主讲台湾金融与经济的发展对不动产市场的启示。本次会议有鉴于全球经济情势快速的变迁，因此我们筹组了经济变革与房地产市场的主论坛，并且我们安排了8个分论坛，从全球不动产投资、智慧城市与旧城再生、房价指数、都市更新、社会住宅、房地产税制、建筑美学、永续健康智慧绿建筑等分论坛。我们邀请各位嘉宾一起来参与。这一次会议，2个会议，我们总共收到了超过380篇的论文投稿。我们也很感谢易居企业集团及南山人寿赞助我们的最佳论文奖，以及由美国安富社科书院 GSSI 赞助我们的博士生论文奖。这些论文奖将由来自于全世界各地的学者一起来角逐，得奖者将于7月12号的会上颁奖。除了丰富的学术盛宴之外，我们也很感谢台中市政府为我们安排3个城市参访的路线，也感谢台中市不动产开发工会、人保建设、新富发建设、大义建设协助我们安排房地产建案参访，带领国内外的嘉宾一起来参访台中市的文化、建筑与特殊的城市样貌。相信与会者对于中台湾会有另一层深刻的体验。会议结束之后，我邀请各位嘉宾畅游台中，畅游台湾，多停留一些时间，体会我们台中创意之都的魅力，也体会台湾的美好。本次的会议非常感谢台中市不动产开发工会、信义房屋、南山人寿、台中市政府经济发展局、经济部国贸局、内政部营建署、科技部，以及来自我们台湾产业界、政府部门各单位的协办赞助，及全台湾的力量，把这次的会议办好。我们由衷的感谢大家为这一场盛会尽心尽力。当然，最重要的是来自于全世界各地超过600位的嘉宾朋友们热烈的参与。有您的参与，这次的会议精彩可期。我们也希望所有不动产学会的朋友们，透过这个会议的平台，分享研究的经验，交流研究的成果，得到新的思维与启发，并且充分享受这几天会议的时光。最后，我祝福在座的各位身体健康，万事如意，也祝福我们大会圆满成功。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Professor Chen. Thank you. Please take a seat. Today, we're very honored to have the Minister of the Interior, Dr. Zhu Ye, here with us in Taichung. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the stage, Minister Ye.
Ming-Chi, Professor Chen Shumei, Board Director of Chinese Society of Housing Studies, Professor Peng Jianwen, and of course our Mayor Lin Jialuo, and also distinguished guests from local and from abroad. I know this is a great event for housing and real estate studies. We also have distinguished guests from abroad, including Professor Babashir. Together, we are going to talk about the cutting-edge issues surrounding housing and real estate. I would like to extend my sincere welcome to all of you, to Taiwan and to Taichung, of course. And also I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you who have paid much attention to the issue, and together have created a discipline and also a policy and also an institution and systems that we rely on so much. I'm sure with this input and networking, we are able to dig into the issue and will be able to formulate better and better policies for that. And I would like to mention Professor Schiller in particular. During our short chat, I was mentioning that I welcome any professor from Yale. Very coincidentally, I myself and Mayor Lin also graduated from Yale. The only difference is that I graduated from the law school, and Mayor Lin from the Department of Political Science. And I'm sure in the area of housing and real estate, law, political science, and economics just make perfect match. Don't you agree? Indeed, Ministry of the Interior has a lot to do with the issue. So then not only myself, but also our 营建署署长许署长 ，OK， 营建署署长 ，and also our 地政司王司长 ，and also our colleagues in the ministry also participate in that, hoping to get as much as possible from all of you in order to formulate that policy that we are confronting today. Indeed, housing and real estate market is a very important element in my portfolio, as in the Ministry of the Interior. And that's why I have designated these policies on the very top of my portfolio and also on my agenda. I do realize this is a global issue. Every country of the day confronting issues like this, whether people can get adequate housing, the real estate market is going to be transparent and going to work well. But each society and each country may have their own salient feature or problems. Let's take Taiwan for example. Of course, this is an island ecology. We are a natural disaster from island ecology. We are facing natural disasters of all kinds. Indeed, earthquake, indeed typhoon, soil erosion are with us over the last decades, and we have been fighting for survival. And indeed, we survive well. Housing and real estate has nothing to do with this feature. But at the same time, we are confronting at least three problems. Number one, maybe people call it three highs. Number one, we have very high real estate price. Even to the extent that a marginalized person or the younger generation, they just couldn't afford it. So we've got to find a way out. To what extent we should make policy change or launch policy innovation in order to deal with the issue. Number two, the ratio of home ownership in Taiwan is so high. If people just get used to buy a home, a house, rather than renting one. So this is the other feature. And the third feature is that where at least 10% of the unions will have idle. That means we need to provide incentives for the owner to provide their union for public use, regardless from what kind means. In responding to these special features that we are confronting today, the government has launched a series of policy and to some extent also reform from fiscal or from policy perspective. Of course, we try to provide what we call social housing or 社会住宅 or public housing. Our public housing in Taiwan consists less than 1%, 0.09%. That means in the past, our public housing policy may not be working well. And that's why we are committed to provide 200,000 units. It's a rent-only public housing project in order to facilitate the younger generation and the marginalized group to be able to get housing. On the other hand, we try to make the housing and real estate transaction more transparent, so that there won't be too much market failure. And that's why we have that real price, transaction price registration, and online search. Today, there are more than 1 million transactions there available for search. And also, more than 60 million person times has been working with that online search system. That means, as long as you are interested in that, you can just click it and search the information online in order to inform your decision. And we think this is very critical for the functioning of the real estate market. On the other hand, we also recognize the rental market that is somehow dormant out there. Something needs to be done. In order to do that, we actually formulated a statute which is now pending in the Congress for final reading. That is the rental law. In that law, we provide tax incentives and also professional assistance, so that there will be some impetus, or muscles, or energy being put into the market in order to modernize the rental market. By modernize this market, the marginalized person and also the younger generation, they are able to start their first line of their career, get married or get a first job. Indeed, they started. So this is the line of policy that we have been doing. And also we recognize there's a serious problem that we are confronting today, and there's a lot to do with our disaster prevention effort. Our houses are aging, actually. According to the statistics, for those housing units that age more than 30 years, there are at least 34,000 units out there waiting for us to do something about that. Experience and also get some pent-up experience in this area. We would like to know as much as we could. Of course, this is a very sort of complicated issue when it comes to real estate, when it comes to housing. We have procedural concern, we have human rights concern also, we have development concern, we have economic efficiency concern. Together, they make us stay in the middle, trying to strike a balance. But by the end of the day, decision needs to be made. And we do need to have a functioning networking with the society, not only in the government, in the bureaucracy, but with the professionals, with the industry, with the general public. And that's why I think this forum is so critical to us. And we would like to share our policy as much as we could, as our colleagues are here. But more importantly, we would like to share Taiwan's experience, good or bad, with the rest of the world, particularly in Asia. We have gone through a process of social, economical, and political transition over the last 2 decades or 3. So our real estate and housing policy is just part of the transition. And I think we have made lots of mistakes. But we also think that we are able to live with that mistake and make reform toward a better world so that they will cater to Taiwan's special feature in this area. Lots of concern will be addressed in the conference, and we are looking forward to that. But I would like to encourage all of you, aside from this serious academic discussion, we also enjoy your precious time here in Taiwan. Enjoy the beauty and the hospitality of Taiwan. And also, this is for my friend, Mayor Ming. And also enjoy the charm of Taichung. This is a great city. With that, I would like to say thank you. And also we have to apologize that I have to leave early. But in any way, I wish all the success of the forum and look forward to further collaboration with every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yeh. As the Minister Yeh mentioned, he has to leave due to previously arranged engagement. Let's give Minister Yeh another big round of applause to thank him for joining us here in Taichung. Thank you very much, Minister. It's a great pleasure and also honor to be able to hold this year's conference in the beautiful city of Taichung. Next, we would like to invite to the stage Mayor of Taichung City, Dr. Jialong Lin, to give us some remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Mayor Lin.
Taichung City, I would like to welcome all of you to come to this sunshine city full of diversity and dynamism. But due to the time constraint, I was assigned by the chairman Chen Shumei and Chen Ming-Chi to speak in Mandarin. I also prepared a PowerPoint for your reference. I think today 今天我想大多数来不是因为我的因素是因为Robert Schuller 教授，而且我相信我也跟大家一样我很想准时结束，然后可以尽快的听到他的演讲。那我相信 今天的这个年会在台中举行，也是对台中的一个肯定。那我也分享一个好消息，台中市即将成为台湾的第2大都市。因为我们的土地增加了10倍，那么人口即将超越高雄，达到277万9000人左右，在这个月。但是土地变大了，也是一个很大的挑战。所以我想谈一些跟今天城市发展跟土地有关的议题，因为这个我也很想听到 Professor Robert 来帮我找答案。因为这个样子，我一定要就是try my best to keep my speech very short。OK， 那么土地很重要，没有土地就没有办法活下去。土地也是很重要的生产要素，但是土地也生不带来，死不带去。所以土地应该是大家的，应该是我们子孙世世代代的，没有人应该把土地完全的私有化，只是在做买卖。可是因为土地很重要，所以呢，我们要善待这个土地的作为一个资产，不只是为个人，而是为这个社会。好，那么我相信，对我来讲一个很大的挑战，就是土地的价格跟价值之间的落差如果越来越大的时候，当这个社会当初社会的年轻人买不起房子，住不起房子，所有经济发展的果实都可能被革命或者是选举把政府给推翻了，大家说是不是？所以对我来讲，成为一个大台中的市长，一方面很光荣，可是也是非常的就是面对很大的挑战。那么台中市在5年前，不是的，我已经当了2年多的市长，在7年前，县市合并升格为一个直辖市，但是我们没有一个新的都市计划。我们过去的发展，城乡的落差越来越大，所以怎么样有好的治理呢？这个是我提出来的问题。那么我先讲一些我的做法跟大家分享，最后再由 Professor 来解答。那么台中有非常多的优势，讲土地的都知道，决定土地价格最重要的3个因素是什么 ？Location。Taichung is located in the center of Taiwan, full of land and good timing and cultural identity and industrial dynamism. 台中就是台湾的中心，交通便利，气候好，腹地大，水电不太欠缺，文化丰富，产业聚落很完备，不只是3级产业，尤其是制造业。我们有大肚山60公里的黄金重谷，所有台湾的隐形冠军，尤其是跟精密机械、工具机、航太、自行车 还有所有的手工具、运动器材、鞋业，我讲不完了。那么，因此，国际上怎么看台中？CNN 在去年他的网页上贴了一篇文章，他说台湾最宜居的城市不是台北，然后逗点是，然后点，那以后你继续看那个文章，当然答案结果是台中。那么我们也被CNN选为最宜居的城市之外，也被连续2年被 Mercer 这个100大全球宜居城市的评比，台中市跟台北市都上榜。另外，今年度也被 Euromonitor International 这个顾问公司评比为全球100大旅游目的城市。我想，所有这些外国人的看法，也是给我们台中认为是一个很好生活的一个都市。可是我们这个都市在20年前开始遇到一个很大的挑战，其实是危机。大家想想看，20年前差不多这个时候，台湾省政府跟议会被废掉。我们台湾如果说有3个核心，台北、高雄是直辖市，台中就是中台湾的一个核心。这个最重要的就是省政府的行政机能瓦解掉。另外，紧接着又发生了一个921大地震，震垮了我们中部，产业外移，很多人对未来非常的悲观。在这个时候，那么我当时积极参与2000年的总统选举的政见的拟定，所以那时候帮陈总统拟定了怎么样让台中可以站起来的所谓3个第3个战略，就台中要台湾南北以外第3个科学园区，就是中科，要有南北以外第3个国际机场。就是把水南机场迁去清泉岗机场，把清泉岗机场转化为军民两用，现在升格为国际机场。第3就是成为北高之外的直辖市，就是成为中台湾的核心城市，可以来承接以前省政府的功能。那这个使得我们台中没有垮下去。但是呢，经过这20年来，我们看到台湾的发展其实都面对到很大的停滞。我们的游资很多，但无数去投资能够创造更高附加价值的产业。也因此，台中市在过去2波的重要的金融风暴里面，其实也面对到房地产泡沫化的危机。那么台中市主要的危机表现在2方面，一个是市区的空洞化，因为有非常多的新的重划区一直被开发，可是却没有好好的去规划。第2个危机来自于县市合并之后，原县区边缘化。他们没有办法跟这一个面积扩大了10倍的台中均衡发展，所以我会当选，跟这个也有关系，也就是市民期待改变，改变必须要从市长的改变开始，因为我才可能提供一个新的都市发展的政策。所以在我当选市长之后，我们看到台中市竟然有32个都市计划没有整合。我们在市区，我们的火车站那边，夜晚
就是暗的，像一个没有人住的一个落寞的一个城区。我们看到原来的县区就是山海屯，所有的农田上面种的不是稻米，种的是工厂，那你产来的几个是地打的，不是绿油油的农田，这样的非常讽刺的现象，我们看到了从化在过去20年超过2000公顷，可是跟整个大台中的都市的计划没有结合，所以从化区的土地盖了豪宅，空屋率非常高。这些矛盾的现象，对我来讲，第一个当市长的最大的挑战就是怎么处理土地的政策。可是呢，偏偏我们土地是中央管制非常严，可是我又直辖市的，我听他很寡来。照理讲，我应该好好的提出一个大台发展的都市计划。那么我的前任市长没有提，所以呢我提。那么现在7月20号在内政部要审查，刚好今天这个机会，拜托我们内政部长刚刚有来，还有林健署长、许署长，务必让台中市的区域计划可以过，打给过后不？看我们台中市的有感，因为我们这个区域计划，事实上才能够解决我们现在土地的问题。那么时间关系没有办法多讲，也就是我提出的一个城市发展的战略，叫做再平衡战略 （rebalance）， 要把这一个土地的价格跟价值越差越大，把它缩短，然后必须要有都市计划指导，我才能够把这些零散的都市计划整合，然后我有一个骨架。叫做大台中123，就是透过交通来呢促进流通性。另外，我有一个就是一条3手线、2大海空港、3个都市的战略，才能够不会小孩子穿大人的衣服啊。原来小台中的都市计划扩大了10倍的土地，可是没有一个新的都市计划。那么这样子才能够成为一个城乡均衡发展，也就是我讲的多都心的发展战略。那么初步我会把30个都市计划整合成10个，然后用行政指导会有市区跟山海屯这样的一个架构。那么用的就是交通为导向的这个所谓公共运输导向型的发展策略，就 TOE。所以最近在讨论前瞻基础建设，台中提的为什么中央都支持？因为那个是非常重要的 backbone 骨架，一条3手线，然后现在有捷运绿线，再加蓝线交叉，这样子再往周边县市延伸的话，这样子的一个整个城乡均衡发展就有了一个交通的基础。那么交通的基础之后，流动方面，各个方面的土地、各种用途就会定位清楚。那么我的回应，市区空心化跟县区边缘化，就是要2个策略，一个巩固中心，第2个促进流动，就是 consolidate centrality of facilitate mobility。Centrality and mobility 是我在助理大台中区域计划里面指导未来通过交通，然后土地怎么样有一个多核心，然后城乡的均衡发展。那么在这些方面，我们先看到核心区，也就是原来的台中市大概74号快速道路，我们有个 Beltway 环状的公路快速道路非常好，所以这里面有一个旧核心要再生，就旧市区；另外有个新核心，就是从化区，在北屯、西屯、南屯。 那么建构一个原市区的旧都心，就是文化城中城，以文化为核心的旧城区的再生。另外是一个从化区，建构一个水南智慧城，就是一个 smart city， 在这个我们的从化区，以这样子来做一个双核心，然后透过74号道路建构一个这个都心，然后再把山海屯透过我的1、2、3战略把它流通，然后让大家可以城乡均衡发展。这个提供的土地会给，不只是居住正义，你可以住在后里，半小时就到市区，那里环境比这里好，但是你工作在市区可以。这样子的方式，这个都市人口就不会失衡的发展。那么，因此，交通建设是重要，所以3个副都心还有新旧双都心来处理发展。之后呢，我们会提到住宅政策的供给，就随着交通而且 TOD 而解决了大部分不用去住7期豪宅。望楼兴泰，交通可以让台中市的人口往稍微郊区或副都心来疏散，但是流通又很方便，进城要工作消费或受教育也很方便。那么因此我呼应蔡英文总统8年20万户的社会住宅，事实上是我先选上的我先提的那个是我跟花敬群市长建议蔡总统要8年20万户，我是8年1万户而已。因为台中的人口已经超过台湾的1/10所以总统有压力。他为了实现20万户台中应该有1、2万户，我就可以得到我们许文龙署长营建署大这个财政上的支持。那么另外，你要在这里工作，台中人最大的问题是什么？没有好的就业跟创业机会，薪资水平低的话，你住在这里也没有收入所以我花很多时间在招商，在投资，因为唯有城市的经济发展提供好的就业跟创业机会，人口才会有这个持续这样的一个成长。那产业方面就遇到我们所有台中市的中小企业，制造业几乎都在公布，但是呢，很多都是未登记的工厂，怎么办？所以我在这区域计划里面有很多产业区需要，但是我是有附条件，要辅导未登记的工厂进驻。比如说最近太平产业园区有将近7、8成都是辅导未登记的工厂进驻。再来潭子巨星的产业园区100%给这一些所谓的被迫违章，未登记的工厂可以合法化，但是要接受标准，把原来的违章工厂拆掉，还农地农用。那么也因此，台中市现在是我们中央指定的所谓具有附加价值高的创新产业5+2的计划，5都在台中都有。尤其我们台中市被指定为智慧机械之都，也就是精密机械跟航太产业是以台中市作为一个产业聚落。那这个也就是我到国际上为什么不断的去招商引资，就是在帮助我们产业转型升级，跟国际链接。包括我去法国去 Airbus， 我去日本有关3菱重工等等这一些的招商是要针对帮助在地产业的升级跟国际化。那么最重要的就是要留住人才，留住人才除了这一些 infrastructure 之外，其实很重要是生活的品质。所以台中市必须要有好的住宅，所谓的这一个3后几公的社会住宅，或者是大家住得起的这个合宜的住宅。那我们在社会政策上，台中市虽然不是最有钱，但是我们对年轻人他在投入社会的时候，我们有青年希望工程、人才的培育， 未来全世界全球化竞争还是人才的竞争，我们不希望在地的子弟老是人国外，我们希望国外的人来投资或观光，能够促进我们地方的发展。我们有多育一条龙，0到6岁的完整的多育补助，我们有多老一条龙，对年长者的照顾，我们都把年轻人的责任由政府来做一定的分担。那么最后，我们以台中为中心，再把中彰投苗、中台湾将近700万整合成一个 City Region 城市区域。这样子的话，台湾的这个北中南3核心的战略。那我希望在中央的国土规划，必须要落实以3核心，然后我们有更大的权来促进区域的联合治理，跟整个城乡的均衡发展。而这些我们已经开始在做了，不只是在交通、防灾、食安各方面，中彰投苗已经有非常深入的合作，甚至扩大到中部7县市。那么我们也相信，最近的政策显示台中的一个土地过区供给过多，空屋大，那我们要赶快 catch up， 把基础建设做好，把生活品质提升，让这个房地产的泡沫不会泡沫化。所以如果继续没有做好这个硬基础跟软实力，台中的房价继续只是无限制的上涨，能不能买不起，我也会被选下去。所以这个我跟时间在赛跑。我希望人口持续在移入在台中，台中人也很爱生，因为希望生外达到7，因为有很多社会福利，但是终究土地作为一个重要的生产要素，它不应该变成一切。那这个部分我来看一些数字，台湾的现在的整个这个外来投资或公共投资都在递减。因此这一次，我认为前瞻基础建设，台中为什么全垒打？我们提的都是过去该做没做的。那我知道 Ming-Chi 教授也是新凯恩斯派很重要的领导人，我想他会支持必要的基础建设的投资。我想昨天他见了总统，应该在这方面除了住宅政策，整个他的经济思想也一定会重视 non-tradable goods 非贸易财，一不走的，投资在地就是永远的。就像台中是一个因为铁道、纵贯线、南北通车而诞生的城市，我们也必须要有足够好的基础设施，包括交通、水利以及产业发展所需要的土地。那我相信政府的投资，待会也许我们李杰成董事长他会讲得最清楚。政府投入整个公共建设或相关的内需不足，做什么项目可以讨论，但是我就这一点来讲，政府带头在这个关键游资太多，变成投机，要把它转成对于有产业经济发展的一个投资。而我相信地尽其力，土地是要发挥它对人的一个效益，而不是成为商品化100%的，只是一个市场上的价格。我想让土地来发挥真正的价值，这个是我想我们对Ming-Chi 教授，当然大家都提到 Robert Anderson， 听说您是来自哈佛。那么这2位教授能够在这里同场来指导我们，我们充满了期待。我不知道我的时间可能刚好，那30分钟谢谢大家，也祝福各位会议成功，身心愉快，谢谢。
Thank you very much. We're waiting for the keynote speech. Thank you. Please take your seat. For the second keynote speech this morning, we're very honored to be able to invite 2013 Nobel Memorial Prize Laureate in Economic Sciences, Professor Robert Shiller from Yale University, to speak to us today. Before Professor Shiller's speech, let's first welcome to the stage Professor Robert Edelstein from the University of California, Berkeley, to give us an introduction of Professor Shiller. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Professor Edelstein.
Good morning. It is my distinct honor and personal pleasure to introduce the keynote speaker this morning, Dr. Jay Schiller, who has a multifaceted, distinguished career. Currently, he is a professor of economics at Yale University. His multifaceted, distinguished career has sort of an exception. He has had a major influence on academic thinking. He has had impact on Wall Street. He has shared and shaped the thoughts of lay people through his very interesting approach to providing information in a way that's very, very accessible. I'm going to be short shrift with a 2-minute introduction. I can be an hour to introduce him and still not do it fully. One of his major contributions is how he has brought into economics, psychology, and behavioral economics, and behavioral finance. His work has been quite easily said to be one of the leading works in that area, and has said in many, many ways. Let me just briefly talk about some of the academic accomplishments and then some of his real-world accomplishments, which is, again, very unusual for academics to really span that sort of spectrum. First of all, he's been recognized for these things. As has been mentioned several times, he's the Nobel Prize Economics Economics Science. In 2013, he has been president of the American Economic Association, the most prestigious economic association in the world. He has spent, since 1980, been associated with the National Bureau of Economic Research, one of the leading groups for doing research in a very creative way. He has been a major sort of co-sponsor in the behavioral finance group, as well as the macroeconomic decision group. These are, he's really added to that, to the whole profession. He shares his knowledge and helps people. Let me sort of also just turn briefly to some of his economic works. He's written 10 books, besides a slew of articles that take pages and pages of discussion. Among his books, he started in 1989 with Market Volatility, which was a mathematical behavioral analysis of what became one of his major thrusts through his life and his work. And so he also has done a book which influenced the Federal Reserve called Irrational Exuberance. Maybe you'll give credit for that for me. But definitely recognized an issue that was pertinent to the real world. There's a book that is less written, but I think is really incredibly interesting to this audience. It's called Subprime Solutions, How the Global Financial Crisis Happened and What to Do About It. It's 80 pages, and he gives a recipe for solving problems that takes most of the people 10,000 pages, and the government never quite got it. Argue there. His more recent books, Animal Spirits, is a continuation and expansion of work that really started with Keynes and really brought that to fore in the most brilliant way. And his most recent book is an extension of that, Fishing for Fools, PH, Fishing for PH Fools, which talks about the sort of technology system and how that has sort of created all new sort of ways of doing things. In addition, let's return to the real world, where he has his Case-Shiller Index for home prices is recognized as the gold standard. And this represents something he started in 1991 and has been really used on Wall Street. He's just amazing influence. He also finds time in his spare time to sort of help shape the thinking of the lay population. He has Finance in the 21st Century, which he sort of periodically puts in articles in the Project Syndicate, which is very interesting, very good private speaking that. And he has an article now and then called Economic News in the New York Times. We are very fortunate to have him here as our speaker today. His topic is going to be understanding asset inflation in residential equity and bond markets. It's my pleasure to welcome Bob Shores.
Well, thank you for that introduction. I'm very happy to be here in Taichung. It is indeed a most livable city, from my perspective. I'm happy also to be participating in this conference. I wish I could stay for the whole conference. Looking over the set of abstracts, there's a great many that seem highly relevant to me. I was impressed at the diversity of papers at this conference, using both the traditional modeling methods and also behavioral or more eclectic modeling methods. What I want to talk about today, I think, is a culmination of much work that others, including me, have been doing over the years to try to understand asset pricing. And I want to get at some really fundamental issues that underlie problems that I think are difficult for government policymakers to deal with. Problems that I think may require more research to understand. And that maybe what we need is convincing work that will help the public understand the real estate market or other markets better. It's I'm referring particularly to what Mr. Yek referred to as the three highs. The high real estate prices, high home ownership rate, and high vacancy rate. It seems puzzling. How can these things be happening? One thing that I thought I should mention outright is that these are problems that are not just Taiwan. Notably, there are other countries with the same highs. I was thinking, first of all, about China and Hong Kong, but it doesn't stop there. They are notably suffering from the same problem. It includes also Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and other countries to a less extreme amount. So what is it that these things come across as a puzzle? Canada, what's going on there? Well, some people will blame it on the Chinese. That's probably the narrative that's afloat in Canada to explain why home prices are so high there. But I don't believe these stories. It's not well documented. So I want to just talk about general perspectives for understanding such things as the three highs. And this is going to draw on research that I have been doing for a long time. As Bob Edelstein said in the introduction, I think this goes back. Sometimes it always seemed interesting to me, human psychology and how human actions and predilections shape what actually happens in ways that are not usually talked about by economists. We're coming to a better understanding of the human behavior have developments now in neuroscience. And there's a new field called neuroeconomics that's defined by brain research. And I think this is going to creep more into our conventional economics as time goes by. Behavioral economics is from the psychology department. My feeling is that in order to understand things like the three highs, we have to explore human nature more carefully, and we have to use methods that we associate with other departments, not traditionally economics departments. So I started out with a book called Irrational Exuberance. By the way, all these books are published in Taiwan, too, in complex Chinese and mainland China. I guess Bob Einstein mentioned these books. Animal Spirits was a book that I wrote with George Akerlof about what drives people, what makes people do things. It's not, I don't think, well captured by traditional economic models. There's something called animal spirits that drives you to do things that you might surprise yourself what you find motivated to do, or you might feel unmotivated. The term animal spirits was used by John Maynard Keynes in the classic 1936 book. But there's something kind of mysterious about the human psyche that changes through time. And, that's related to the three highs. Fishing for fools refers to the fact that there are people who try to manipulate others' psychology for their own self-purposes, and they try to manipulate perceptions. But understanding these things has to be part of what economists do. The last thing shown here it doesn't show up. As Bob pointed out, I was president of the American Economic Association last year, and I had to write a presidential address. What I found is that most people who give presidential addresses are critics of the profession, and they point out what is not right about our current research. But also, I think they try to be forward-looking. So what I see is our profession is going to change. It is going to be less focused on rational, optimizing economic behavior, so that will always be part of it. It will be more into psychology. Neuroscience is coming. It's going to be big in the profession. And also big data, analysis of large databases about what people are thinking and what people are saying, so we can understand how these things change through time. What's really changing that's driving the economy. So I gave as my title for my American Economic Association presidential address the phrase narrative economics. That's the thrust that I'm carrying forward right now. That narratives are stories or theories or ideas that people tell, and they change through time, and people talk. Neuroscientists tell us that the human mind is very affected by other people's thinking. We interlink, our brains fall into synchrony, and it goes through conversation. The human species might better be called not Homo sapiens, but Homo narrator. This was proposed by other people, not my idea. But we spend so much time talking, and we tell our talking tends to take the form of human interest stories and very simple explanations of things that go on. But what I'm going to illustrate is that the things that we see changing have to be understood in terms of changing narratives. I wanted to start with the stock market because historically that's been, okay. I'm going to start with examples of the stock market and also the housing market. I'm going to talk about the theory of speculative bubbles. And I want to talk about another insightful area that economists pay very little attention to, and that is epidemiology from the medical school. Physicians have mathematical models about how a disease epidemic spreads. I believe it's not new with me, but it hasn't impacted the econ profession as much. Those models help us understand the spread of ideas and stories. So let me start with a picture of the stock market. This is my first example of the power of narratives in driving economic fluctuations. This is the blue line is the U.S. stock market measured by the S&P 500 back to 1871. And the green line is the earnings per share on the stock market. There's a great deal of volatility in the market. It goes through big booms. You can see 1929, 2000. You can see the high that we're at right now. What drives these? Well, I think it's an embarrassing fact that economics doesn't have any agreement on what is driving that. This is the Taiwan stock market from 1967 to present. It looks different from the U.S. stock market. Notably, I don't know if there is that spike right around 1990. Isn't that amazing? It's long enough ago that many of you don't remember it. But the Taiwan stock market went up like how many fold? 8-fold in a matter of a year or two, few years, not 1 year. And then it dropped 75%. Why did it do that? The stock market is supposed to be a long-term market. You would think it would be more stable. But this is from my book, Irrational Exuberance. Actually, it goes back even longer ago. The solid line is the U.S. stock market from 1871 to the present. You can see it's had lots of ups and downs. The dashed line is the present value of actual future dividends. With a constant discount rate. Now you can see that the actual stock market is much more volatile than the present value. The present value is what the stock market would arguably do if people knew the future. So the present value of actual future dividend is just like a trend line. It never changes very much. So why is the market going up and down? I got into a lot of controversy, Bob didn't mention that, or this picture, and people claim I was trying to deceive them. No one ever found a flaw with this picture, I would say. What it says to me is that the stock market is driven primarily by something other than economic fundamentals. Is it rational? Is it irrational? Well, we can't really answer that. It's something. What I'm arguing now has to do with narratives and stories that change through time. So in my book, Irrational Exuberance, I said that speculative bubble. I was kind of, by the way, when I wrote that book, the word bubble was kind of unacceptable word in the economics profession. It's like if you were to bring up astrology in an astronomy conference. They wouldn't like it. But it's coming back. Now we can say it. I can say bubble. A speculative bubble it's usually a mysterious phenomenon because it's driven by a multitude of narratives that are different. It's not easy to simplify, and it's hard to explain the timing of the movements. And some of these are just naive theories. Economists are making a contrast between dignified economics, which respects people and would never accuse anyone of doing something foolish, and the real world, which has a lot of foolishness in it. Bubbles reach epidemic proportions with amplification mechanisms. When prices start going up, it gets people excited, and they start telling different stories. Typically, stories that justify the price increase. So it changes your mental state, where you start to know stories and you have the impression that other people believe the stories that would justify the price increase. There's different kinds of feedback. When the price goes up, it amplifies stories that justify the price increase, and it causes people to buy more and bid the price up again more. It also works to gross domestic product. When prices go up, people spend more because they think the economy is doing well, and GDP goes up. And that then encourages them to want to spend even more. There's also feedback through corporate earnings and through lending standards. When home prices or stock prices have been going up, people get more complacent and less worried about problems with lending. So the banks and the other lenders are much more free. For example, in a real estate boom, lenders will say, I'm not afraid to give a 100% loan-to-value ratio, because in 6 months' time it will be down to 90%, just like that, because prices are going up so fast. So these are a list of precipitating factors that I gave in 2000 for the 2000 market peak. The point for the United States, but it applies to other countries as well. There are lots of things that change through time that have a form of narrative. So, for example, I just go to the last one, the rise of gambling opportunities. At least in the U.S. and in the West, if you go back 30, 40 years, there wasn't much gambling. It was considered wrong or foolish, and there were laws against it. But they've loosened up, and now there's casinos everywhere. It's a change in our culture that ultimately helps drive the markets. So I wanted to go back to that Taiwan stock market boom in around 1990. What was happening in Taiwan? Why did the market do this big up and down? Well, there were stories that were talked about then. There were technology industry was getting a strong foothold in Taiwan, and people began to think this is the future. And they were correct, by the way. The story wasn't wrong, but there was maybe an overreaction to it. Rules were relaxed around that time for maybe foreign investors, which is also a rational reason to think that the stock market might go up. But there was something strange going on. It wasn't just people that, oh, we have these new rules, so I've just marked my price up. It was actually something exciting was going on, because people were both buying and selling at a rapid rate. The volume of trade increased sevenfold between January and September of 1987. The price-earnings ratio rose from 16 to 45 in 1 year in Taiwan. Also, other funny things were going on, reflecting changing culture. There was a game, in Taiwan. Anyone remember that? Called Happiness for All. It flourished at the same time that the market was going up. So it seems to me that we have to think something about changing culture and technology. What this shows, this is a plot. I did counts of the word narrative as a percent of all words in scholarly articles in various fields: anthropology, economics, finance, history, political science, psychology, and sociology. And I did it also for the entire history, that's the black bar, and for the last, since the year 2010. Every field outside of economics and finance talks about narratives more than we do. And every field is doing it more. I think we're getting a new trend. I can see it in the abstracts for the papers for this conference. We're interested in what are people thinking. Can I use big data to figure out what they're thinking? Can I create some new sentiment index or confidence index or something like that using big data, or using questionnaire survey methods also? I think the economics and finance profession are on a trend so that in the future there will be more concern with what people are thinking. So here's an example of a narrative. I don't know how many of you have heard of this. It's called the Laffer curve. So Arthur Laffer is an economist. Way back he was a young economist in 1978. He proposed a theory that related the tax revenue that the government receives as a function of the tax rate. And he drew this curve, which bends down. It really said if you raise taxes too high, eventually your tax revenue will actually decline because people don't want to pay so much tax and there will be more tax avoidance. Somehow the word, the Laffer curve it went viral in the late 1970s, early 1980s. Why did it go viral? I'm going to model it as an epidemic. By the way, at the same time, there was something else. Those of you who are older here will remember. There was something called Rubik's Cube. Remember that? Rubik's Cube was a puzzle. It went viral. Everyone had to have this little puzzle all over the world. Rubik was from Hungary. It just spread everywhere. It spread as an epidemic. It's the same thing as a disease epidemic. Everyone, you see someone else with this cute little puzzle and you want it too. And I think the Laffer curve was like that. It was actually took a story form. I didn't tell you the story yet. The Laffer curve story is that Art Laffer was at a restaurant in Washington, D.C., a fancy restaurant, and he was meeting with some of the top government officials in the United States, and he drew this curve on a napkin. Now, that's all irrelevant, it would seem, which is what is the essence of this story. But it turns out, you have to tell the story. This is the thing, human beings are very conscious of the little details. That's why we have fiction. People write a book and make up everything. None of it is true. But they put it together in a way so you like it, you want to talk about it, and tell other people that. So Art Laffer himself said later that he could hardly even remember this event. But the whole world remembers it. It's a curious puzzlement that people respond to the story. So this is a model from the mathematical epidemiology literature. In fact, by Carmack and McKendrick, 90 years ago, which launched the field of mathematical epidemiology. These people were not economists. They had no interest in economics. They were modeling influenza, smallpox, diphtheria, various diseases. And I don't have time to really get into the details. But it's a simple three-equation differential equation model that has two parameters, a contagion rate and a removal rate. The contagion rate, C, is a matter of how contagious the disease is, how easily spread it is. R is not infection rate. R is that's an error, I guess. That's the removal rate. It's how fast you get over the disease. And if you look at their curve, epidemics tend to follow a hump-shaped pattern. They grow at the beginning. This is measured, say, in weeks since the start of the epidemic. Say, in this case, I have 100 people in the population using their model. I introduce one sick person who has just joined the population. 1% of the population is sick. It will spread, depending on C and R, it will spread through much of the population. But it will peak eventually, and it will decline. We see these patterns again and again and again. I think it relies on the essential truth of the Carmack and McKendrick model. By the way, we had 90 years of mathematical epidemiology, and there's a lot of variations on this model. I mean, I'm just taking this one as an example of the idea of the epidemic model. So here's a little bit of math. Let me just say that there's two parameters in this model, C and R. The size of the epidemic, this is contained, it's right in the 1927 article. The size of the epidemic depends on C over R. So if the contagion rate is high relative to the removal rate, most people will eventually get sick and catch the disease. The speed of the epidemic depends on the level of CMR. So what to me is the fundamental lesson is you can have fast epidemics and slow epidemics. Some epidemics will play out in a few weeks, will just go raging through the population, and then it will be declining. But you can also have very slow epidemics that go through time. It may take 100 years for the epidemic to play out. If C is low and R is low. So here's an example of the laboratory. I actually plotted using ProQuest News and newspaper and Google Ngram's books. These are big data sources. What happens is the phrase Laffer curve, where you can see that nobody ever said Laffer curve until 1978, when the first thing hit the news media. It's not perfect. I don't mean to say the Kermack-McHenry model is exactly. You can see sort of a hump shape, both in news and in books. Lots of things have these epidemic patterns to them because they're narratives. So here, for example, I plotted out the number of times mentioned in books for various famous economic models. The ISLM model, the real business cycle model, the overlapping generation model, and the multiplier accelerator model. I picked these models because they're old. So for example, the multiplier accelerator model was published in 1939. The ISLM model was published in 1936. So you can see we have a lot of years after, you can see what happened to them. They're all Kermack and Henry type systems. They all rise for a while, and then they decay. They never get completely forgotten, but they come close to being completely forgotten. Also, the interesting thing is that these models don't get popular, in most cases, until 10 or 15 years after they were published. So they go through a latency period where, like epidemic, where they're too small to be noticed, but then it suddenly explodes into public notice. And then they'll go for a while and they'll fade away. All of these models are interesting. I recommend you read all of these models shown. Are they right? Well, who knows? Their models are always wrong. They don't fit all the data. They're interesting. But when you look at speculative prices here, you see the same. Well, it seems like it's not exactly the same. These epidemics tend to come back. And that's not shown in Kermack-McHenry, but it's shown in various other models. But you have these unshaped patterns for stock prices, gold prices, oil prices, and home prices. But they all look different, but they have a Kermack-McHenry. Why are they so different? You want to think that there's something basic that should be driving on, maybe interest rates. But if it was just interest rates were driving these booms and busts, it would be the same in all these markets. Is there anything logical? Gold prices. Why should they be going through these big swings? Do you think that's rational or for some good reason? I don't think so. This is just comparing commercial real estate market with my own, with Carl Case, home price. Commercial real estate resembles residential real estate in its broad price patterns. Why is that? Well, there's two reasons. One is a logical reason that they're both offering similar products, but I think there's also a narrative similarity. The stories that are driving the stock market, the commercial real estate market, are also driving the residential market. Now, the narrative, what about looking at the comparison between real estate markets and the stock market? What I have here, the red is the real inflation-corrected Dow Jones Composite REIT Index, which measures real estate. And the blue line is the stock market index for the United States. If you look, it's an interesting history because before 2005, the two markets were moving opposite each other. The stock market was crashing after 2000, but the REIT market was going up. But then when we get to past the financial crisis in 2000, it peaked in 2007. Then they moved together very much. So how do we understand that sort of thing? I'm thinking that we have to understand it through the narratives that are changing through time. So let me get out of the crisis. I created for the second edition of my book, Irrational Exuberance, a home price index for the United States from 1890 to the present. This is an updated version of that. You can see all the fluctuations in U.S. home prices for well over 100 years. First of all, they have not gone up in general. If you look at, there's a popular narrative, which I think helped drive real estate prices in many countries around the world, that real estate is a wonderful investment. But it hasn't been, at least in terms of capital gains. They've gone up to something like 1% a year. You can see big swings that appear at certain intervals of time, points of time. And why did those occur? Well, you might want to look at fundamentals like building costs, population, or interest rates, but they never explain the swings. So I think it's a changing narrative, it's a changing story about markets that drives these movements. So let's look at what caused the most recent housing boom in the United States. One narrative which I've documented is the narrative about flipping houses. The narrative, what does it mean to flip a house? It means to buy it, fix it up, and sell it really quickly and make a lot of money. Well, hopefully make a lot of money fast. So let's look at this narrative of flipping houses. Where did it come from? Well, I think I've documented the intellectual history or the narrative history of the term flipping houses. It started to appear in the late 1970s and early 2000s when there were a lot of condominium conversions. And the condominium conversions where a developer would buy an apartment building and then evict the renters there and sell off the units as condominiums. The problem was that there was political opposition to this. So they felt that they had to kind of bribe the renters to accept this by offering them special lower prices. So they would give contracts to sell their unit, to buy a unit that they lived in at a low price. Some of these homeowners would flip their contract. And then the story got out that, hey, if you live in an apartment building and you're offered it, always take it, because you can always flip it. And so these contracts were trading. It was like a neat new idea. So flipping contracts was the first thing. Then it started to spread to the stock market. And people started talking about flipping IPOs, initial public offerings. So it's the same thing. You don't even care what the business is. You just want to get in on the IPO because the IPOs, here's a little bit of fishing for fools and manipulation. Just as the condo converters were offering low prices to the renters, IPO sales and brokers were offering effectively low prices to their best customers. It was a publicity stunt. They would flip the IPO and quickly make a lot of money. This happened in the 1990s or thereabouts. And then it was a new idea. Let's talk about flipping houses that came in. As you can see, here's the counts on progress of the frequency of the term flipping housing. So there was a narrative driving the U.S. housing boom related to a story about hotshot, smart investors who made a lot of money very quickly by flipping houses. A whole category of books started to appear. Flip That House. There was a TV show, actually in the U.S. called Flip That House. In the UK it was called Property Ladder. And they would show real life stories of people who made a lot of money fast. It was very attractive because you wouldn't think that flipping houses required a PhD or a law degree or anything. It's something anyone could do. And they were fascinated by this as the market got. So the narrative was changing. You have to look at it. Now, we can try to model expectations. The economists don't like generally, in the past, although it's starting to change, but economists don't like to talk about narratives. They want to talk about expectations. And I did this too. In fact, I've been asking expectations data with my colleague, Carl Case, since, actually go back into before. This shows it since 2003. So we asked people in the United States, what do you think will be the appreciation of a house in your town, on average, per year for the next 10 years? And what we found was that in 2004, they were expecting more than 12% a year inflation in home prices. So we did find that expectations mattered, but where did we get these expectations? The bubble was driven by high expectations, and we've seen a gradual decline ever since in expectations for appreciation. This is a recent Pulsonomics survey. Expectations of appreciation are still down in the United States. It's something like 3 or 4% a year that Americans expect. We're not thinking bubbly at this point. Maybe we are in Taiwan, not in the U.S. How can we explain that? I think it has to have something to do with the contagiousness of certain narratives in the United States and a different contagion in Taiwan. This shows both the expected 10-year home price appreciation per year, the upper series, and below it the 30-year mortgage rate. So in the United States, the Federal Reserve has been cutting interest rates after the financial crisis, and that's supposed to encourage home buyers. But actually, their expectations for appreciation have gone down more than the interest rate, which helps explain why, until recently, the housing market was slowly recovering. Narratives take the form, they're not always in the sense that I have a number for what I expect to happen. Because most human minds are not so quantitatively oriented. So what I've been doing is asking a survey of individual investors in the United States. The question was, do you agree with the following statement? The stock market is the best investment for long-term holders who can buy and hold through the ups and downs of the market. Well, in the year 2000, when the market was at peak, we had about 95% agreement with that statement. Amazing. But when the market went down, the agreement went down. Now, these people seem to think they're not extrapolating recent price increases. They think it's always this way. The stock market has always been a perfect investment. If you bring it up and ask them, well, what about 1929? They'll probably say, oh, that's so long ago. It's not going to happen anymore. So I asked the same question about real estate. The question that I asked of now recent home buyers is, do you agree with the following statement? The housing market is the best investment for long-term holders who can buy and hold through the ups and downs of the market. Now these are home buyers, so they're not a random sample of everyone. But we had amazing agreement just before the housing market peaked in the United States. In 2004, it was well over 80% agreement. That's this heavy decline. As the home prices started falling, so did agreement with that statement. But again, this question was not phrased as, what do you think is going to happen next year? It's the best investment. It's like, people think there's the best investment for all time. I kind of suspect that some people in Taiwan are thinking like this. It wouldn't surprise me at all. That they just think housing, there's something magical about housing. I've gotten involved with, I just mentioned Bob mentioned various of them. I'll mention one of them. I believe that financial innovation is one of the basics that will help people deal with these psychological events. I thought I would mention my one product in Taiwan. Ace Life has launched a product based on my research and research of people at Barclays Bank, where I've been consulting, which invests in REITs that have a low price to earnings, or earnings as measured by adjusted functional operations, or AFFO. It's a value. The idea is that real estate is going to have its ups and downs because of changing narratives. And we don't know, we don't understand or explain these things, but we can at least avoid the ones that have the strongest narrative as investors. There's a lot of other kinds of financial innovation, which wasn't the subject of my talk today. But I think that even if people are irrational and vulnerable to narrative, we can still make their lives better off if we change our financial institutions. I don't have time to talk about all these things today. But just to summarize what I said, we want to think in terms. I'm actually advocating a much more interdisciplinary approach. It isn't just law and political science and economics. It goes way beyond that. I can see reasons to look at what is going on. The medical school is now the leader in economic research, could emerge as the leader with both neuroscience and epidemiology, with powerful methods. But we also have the history department. We even have literature departments who study what is it that makes a book or a poem a success. Where I think that we as researchers in real estate, financing, economics will be, I'm sort of putting it as a forecast. I think there will be more reaching out to other departments and other fields in academic research. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Professor Schuler. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him another big round of applause. Thank you for the wonderful presentation of UNC. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 10 minutes break. Coffee, tea, and refreshments are provided outside the auditorium. The next session will begin 10 minutes later. Thank you very much. 各位来宾，我们现在进行10分钟的中场休息，在场外面有茶点，欢迎各位使用，也请各位把握时间。下一场的专题演讲将会在10分钟后，也就是10点35分的时候开始，请大家准时入座，谢谢。
Thank you. I think our honored guest and our chairman have been surrounded by a group of journalists. So they told me to proceed with the speech so that we will have more time for discussion later. All the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great honor for me to be invited to participate in this meaningful gathering. I'm especially thankful for being invited to share some of my thoughts in the conference. I'm an economist and a financier in my career life. However, I think my knowledge of real estate markets is rather limited. Nonetheless, my colleague in the economic research department and I worked together for weeks to prepare for my presentation today. Should you find it useful, please give all the credit to my dear colleagues. Some of them are here today. All economic indicators over the past 12 months have been pointing to the economic recovery in Taiwan. Exports are growing, unemployment is declining, and the stock market performance has been quite strong in line with the global market momentum. Since May of last year, our government has been working to promote a new model for economic development for Taiwan. By securing financial support for real economic development, the government hopes to secure economic restructuring, making our industry more competitive, boosting economic development, and reshaping Taiwan's role in the global economy. Next, I would like to speak on the subject of financial and
economic development in Taiwan, implications for the real estate market. Here on my outline, first I'd like to talk about financial stability, economic development, and real estate market in Taiwan. Second, the sound financial system in Taiwan. Third, the gradual recovery Taiwan economy. Fourth, our real estate market is in the midst of soft landing. And fifth is my conclusion. In fact, seeing this outline, you may say that I have already made a conclusion, which our real estate businessmen here would be very happy to hear. I think we all believe that economic development and financial stability jointly form the basis for a healthy real estate market. By directing financial resources toward the support of rural economic development, we will be able to stimulate economic growth and can also create economic conditions favorable to the development of real estate markets. Long-term stable financial industry, together with sustained economic growth, have brought about growth in Taiwan real estate market. Since 1980, Taiwan has steadily promoted financial liberalization and globalization. There are several phases of liberalizations, such as allowing foreign banks to set up branches in Taiwan, and also liberalize our foreign exchange market and the interest rate. And also, the privately owned banks are now legally permitted in Taiwan. So, before the mid-1970s, we could say Taiwan was in the regulation mode in financial industry. And after the 1980s, we have been in the deregulation mode. I think there's nothing wrong with the choice of the regulation mode of deregulation. I think people like to listen to the good words, the positive words like freedom of deregulation or liberalization. But personally, I think it's just a matter of choice between the two to fit the market need, to fit the government economic development policy. Taiwan's economy continued to grow for half century. That's clear. As it has been growing for half century. But however, whilst the economic growth has slowed down over the past 20 years, the growth rate has been in decline. However, the GDP per capita has continued to grow for the half century. Our GDP per capita was about $22,000 last year. And the GDP per capita now rank 37 out of the 195 countries. And it ranks about top 20% globally. Let's give this market a kind of stability for the economic growth and to accommodate the growth of the real estate market. The housing price index continues to trend up on a long-term basis. However, the housing price have been correcting downward over the past 6 years, especially after 2010. The government has employed several corrective measures, monetary, fiscal, and administrative measures. The nationwide mortgage burden ratio declined slightly from last quarter, the reason why the government decided to implement some corrective measures from 2010 to 2015. Over those 5-6 years, some corrective measures, including monetary, physical, and administrative measures, were implemented. That's just because during the period of time, the national mortgage burden to ratio was quite high by several benchmarks. So they decided to do that. But over the past 12 months, we experienced some correction. The mortgage burden ratio has declined slightly. I don't know if that's an improvement or not an improvement. That much depends on from what angle. But as a citizen, I like to see that. But the businessmen with the heavy inventory of houses say, no, we don't want to see this. But hopefully, everybody agree to a healthy real estate market. The national house price income ratio also declined slightly from previous year. I think I see Professor Chang's smile. I think he has been promoting this for years, and I think he's more friendly to the general citizens, general public. So he is taking or his heart is in his effort today. So I think that improved. Then we'll shift the gear to the financial system. I would say Taiwan financial system has been quite stable over the past 20 years, despite some turbulence in the global market. Taiwan government has been able to manage this industry quite well. Today, the foreign exchange reserve, our foreign exchange reserve still ranks the fifth in the world. In Asia, we only follow China and Japan. So that gives us ample liquidity in the system. Second, we see the M2 money supply spending growth remains stable. Our central bank has set an M2 money supply growth target of 2.5 to 6.5%. The M2 money supply growth rate has generally been maintained within this target range. I think that's good. We should really give credit to our central bank to manage this target and to manage this quite well. And M1B money supply stood at about 8.3 trillion 10 years ago. Today, it has risen to 40.6 trillion, which again indicate that this market has ample liquidity to support a healthy real estate market. As to the government's financial fiscal position, Taiwan's external debt and debt services ratio are both low. Our external debts are primarily from the private sector. The government's external debt is very low, at about $1.1 billion US. And the debt service ratio is only 2.1%. And I think it's quite clear that the Taiwan's government's external debt is extremely low. So I'm not afraid of any turbulence in the fiscal position, especially given my prior experience working with the Ministry of Finance. I'm very confident that this government can continue to maintain a healthy fiscal position. As to the stock market, the total market cap has improved quite sharply from last year. From the May 2016 to just last month, the market cap has increased by 25% from about $24 trillion to about $30.8 trillion. It increased 25%. I would say that it shows that the market pitched quite high confidence for the economic growth in the long run. As to the cumulative net inward remittance by foreign investors in connection with investment made on the Taiwan Stock Exchange, that continues to grow. The state of the foreign participation in our stock market is also worth looking. I think that also shows the international institutional investors continue to place high confidence in this market. Some Taiwanese complain that the stock market cap increased by 25%, but we don't share too much in this in the game. That's just because probably the foreign investors place much higher confidence than local investors in this stock market. As of today, the foreign holdings as a percentage of the total market capitalization of the Taiwan Stock Exchange has risen to almost 40%. It's 39.5% as of the end of last month. So the foreign participation is quite high, and I think that gives Taiwan government a lot more confidence today. And as to the Taiwanese banking sector, that's in Taiwan, the so-called indirect finance still accounts for the bulk of the financial markets. The direct finance that accounts for about 15% of the total assets in the financial markets. So the banking sector's healthiness is quite important to the development of the real estate markets. So let's look at the Taiwan banking sector. As a veteran in this sector, I would say Taiwanese banks now have quite good asset quality from the three angles. First one is we maintain a very low average non-performing loan ratio. So today, the non-performing loan ratio only accounts for 0.3% of the total lending assets. I think that has improved substantially. I remember when I first joined the government in year 2000, our broadly defined NPL ratio was as high as 11.27%. That's outrageous. But the government, I think over the past 16 years, has successfully managed it down. All the bankers have made a lot of effort. Also, we also should attribute some credit to the improved economy. The real economy also improved. The combination of the improved real economy and the sound management of the banking sector created such a good result to have only 0.3% non-performing loan ratio. I would say it's amongst the best in the world. Second, we have maintained a very high non-performing loan coverage ratio, meaning the reserve provided for the possible loan losses is quite high. Also, today, the reserve against the non-performing loan is up. It's about 440% as of today. I think that gives Taiwanese banks sufficient cushion in case of the worst situation happening. The third one is the stable profitability. I think the long-term viability of the banking sector depends on stable profitability, among other things. The stable profitability provides Taiwanese banks for sufficient room to protect ourselves from any financial turbulence in the future. Also give us room for provisioning more reserve in the future. The economy is gradually picking up. Though we have experienced slowdown in the growth rate, we are still growing, but the growth rate has been on the downward trend. However, over the past 12 months, we have observed the improvement in the economic growth. This is the trend line and the quarter by quarter results. We experienced negative growth for 3 consecutive quarters until the quarter 1 of last year. And then we have enjoyed quite nicely the stable economic growth over the past consecutive quarters. And the monetary indicator has moved positively for last 3 months. I think as of the July of last year, that was a green light. Green light is good in traffic, but in economic situation, it's not as satisfactory to us. And but I think it is good enough. It turned yellow, blue transition just in the past 2 months, but I think it's still acceptable. And in the service industry, since the service industry now accounts for about 70% of the total GDP in Taiwan, I think we can't imagine, probably not too many people can imagine that the service sector already accounts for 70%. Since for many years, we positioned our country as a manufacturer for the world. But today, the service sector has already grown to a major part of our economy. The service industry is in the 10 to 1 red yellow light now. I think that gives us more confidence. The annual export growth positive negative growth for 7 straight months. And during that period of time, I think a lot of people felt quite gloomy. But after that, over the past 9 months, 8 months, I think now we know it's 9 months already. It has turned positive for the past 9 straight months until June. I think that's quite encouraging for many people. I think we have been sat there and finding some measures to turn the economy around. But I think a lot of people, government officials, businessmen, and academia have worked together to try to improve the situation for years. And finally, the results came out, and now I can announce that the situation has turned around, and especially now from the 3rd quarter, even the 4th quarter, Taiwan manufacturers, especially Science Park is now expecting ushering the booming season for iPhone 8. I think that, I believe, will further boost up the export performance. And manufacturing production index has also improved on a year-on-year basis. I think that's quite clear, and especially it has been positive for 14 straight months. So I think that give the investors more confidence, especially for durable goods for the coming years. The current account surplus has grown, especially looking forward to positive export performance. We can expect to see the current account surplus will continue to grow in the long run. Then I had a long discussion with my colleague in our economic research department, and also talked to my co-workers in the think tank. We all agree that real estate market is in the midst of a soft landing. I think meaning it's still trend line, but it's going to the downward trend should probably have a pause quite shortly. I hope this is a piece of music for our real estate business here. It looks like just a conclusion, but since in the conference I still try to reason my logic and then share with you distinguished experts. These are the corrective measures all from 2010 to 2015. And then the government changed the attitude toward this one. So the red one in Chinese, sorry, that's so I think it will be very, very time consuming to translate. So I could say, in summary, from 2010 to 2014, we were in a more prudent, putting some more prudent measures. And then, in light of the expected economic recovery, and also I think we hear a lot of real estate business felt quite painful for 5 years. It looked like the policymakers are more friendly to the real business, the real estate business now. So this is just the red ones and the blue ones. So from the two major measures, that's the housing market indicators. The housing market indicators, we can see that maybe next page will be even more clear. That's for Xinyi Housing Price Index. And it's gone up and dropped a little bit, but it's still quite healthy. And the other one is called the Cathay. In Taiwan, the Xinyi and Cathay Housing Price Index. Xinyi is a major brokerage company, and Cathay has been famous in making it's a financial holding company with more leading toward the insurance house. But they are quite famous for making a lot of real estate investment. So their index is also well received by the market. And so it looks like it is trending up, is quite okay. I think this days, just as our Minister of Interior Affairs just mentioned that, I think the theme of the real estate markets for the next several years I would say the urban renewal will be the theme. That's the focus. However, over the past several years, the urban renewal has not been quite successful because of some individual resistance to this project. Therefore, the government has promoted this urban renewal in another way. They are trying to deregulate. Quite recently, we have a new law passed. That is for, we call for age or for the dangerous buildings. So when we say age of buildings, the benchmark is set at about 30 years. I think in the States, 30 years, that's quite new, right? But in Taiwan, for some reason, the buildings for 30 years could be considered as not acceptable. So we just promulgate a new law that any buildings with that kind of condition will be permitted to go through an urban renewal procedures in an easier way. So for this, Bankers Association has promoted quite hard. And Bank of Taiwan, this is a short commercial for 1 minute. We just put the lead in support of the government's economic policy by accelerating the pace of the urban renewal. Just provided $100 billion for this special project. And that was just announced 3 weeks ago in ushering this conference. So we just announced it, and hopefully this will boost up the urban renewal projects more quickly. Conclusion: I think the overall economic conditions are quite healthy to me from the various angles, and the government policy now take a more long-term view to ensure more balanced markets. I would not say they were hostile and they are friendly now. I would say it much depends on the context. So the government now takes a more balanced view. Then the supply side of the real estate market is now declining. At this, there are still some inventory in the market, but as we observe that the investment, the construction of the new buildings has slowed down for some time. The last demand side of the real estate market, it has become more healthy. I think the real demand now, or real need is now accounts for the most part of the market. So it's quite healthy. And it also, I think, for the last conclusion, I believe Professor Chang will be very happy. We are from the same university, so I teach several times. Thank you. I think that completes my presentation here today. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the presentation. Thank you. Please take your seat. Moving on to the first plenary panel session today, where experts from around the world will lead us to take a closer look at economic reform and real estate markets. The moderator of this panel session is Professor Ko Wang from Johns Hopkins University. Professor Wang is the General Secretary of Global Chinese Real Estate Congress since 2008. He's also the editor of many internationally renowned real estate journals, including the Journal of Real Estate Research and International Real Estate Review. There are 7 panelists in this session. Please allow me to introduce to you their names first. We have Professor Qin-O Cheng from National Cheng Chi University, Professor Hongyu Liu from Tsinghua University, Professor Shiming Yu from National University of Singapore, Professor Men Cho from Korea Development Institute, Professor Yuichiro Kawaguchi from Waseda University, and Professor Martin Hosley from University of Geneva, and also Professor Robert Edelstein from University of California at Berkeley. 我们接下来就要进入的是今天早上的主论坛，要从全球各地的经验来探讨经济变革和房地产的市场。And now, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Professor Wang and all the panelists to the stage.
尊敬的各位朋友大家好。我知道我现在站在你们的中饭之间，所以说我会尽量快一点，让你们及时吃到中饭。今天非常感激大会给我们这个宝贵的时间，看大家共同探讨有关经济改革及不动产市场的问题。我们从世界请到了7位嘉宾。那因为这个论坛是由华人不动产学会及亚洲不动产学会共同主办，所以说我们的嘉宾可以选择用中文及英文发言。我们最开始的3位嘉宾很巧合的所要谈的问题，也是跟刚刚几位 keynote speaker 讲的问题，那个 asset price inflation 很有相关。那第一位发言的是浙大的张金克教授，张金克教授著作本身，然后桃李满天下，他是我们以前不动产华人学会的主席，他也是亚洲不动产华人学会的主席。那更重要的是，他的学生现在正是我们 current 的陈书美跟陈Ming-Chi，也是我们现在的华人及亚洲学会的主席。那他今天要谈的是供需平衡，还有这个市场机制的问题。
好，谢谢。我想今天我主要跟大家很快时间，因为时间大家很短，我想分享一下台湾都市的房市的困境跟方向的一种想法。当在台湾房市的困境，大概刚刚都提到，我们最大的问题就是房价太高。房价太高是什么原因？大家看这四个这个问题的情况下，可以看到。我们的物价、我们的 GDP 以及我们的所得，其实在过去都非常低的。那在过去这10几年来都没有涨，可是到2005年之后，你看整个的房价开始飙涨上去，从全国的到台北市的这边红色的涨得更夸张、更离谱，所以它的房价上涨是相对于所谓的所得跟相对于我们的物价。高涨。那可以看到我们的所谓的房价所得比的情形，特别看到在台湾的房价所得比的情况下，从过去2005年之后，2006年之后开始高速上涨，特别在台北市，其中最高涨到了16倍，那到现在大概降下来约15倍左右，所以可以看到房价是的确稍微下降情形，尤其在台湾的地区。平均大概9倍的一个情况下，更有趣的，你看到另外一个在台北的房 房价跟它的一年的租金来比较，当然这有点类似所谓的报率叫租金乘数，或是 volume 这件事情看到，在台北最高我们在2014年达到将近到50几年，还是7年左右才能够cover 这个房价。那到最近大概将近到要将近50年左右。那你知道在美国大概6到7年就可以cover这个房价，显然背后的原因是我们的房价太高，租金太低。那这个房价太高，租金太低的背后就隐含了我们因为有很大的资本利的情况下，你看到背后的原因是在我们的很高的控制率。刚刚今天讲3高了，这个从刚刚的高房价到后面没有很高的空屋率，空屋率当时是2000到2010年的查的资料可以看到，很清楚的看到，大概都在20%的2成左右上下，特别在台中，林市长这个到其实是很高的，在台湾的这个空房子，我们昨天晚上经过七期的时候，晚上很多都没有点灯的情况下是很严重的。所以看到这种高空屋的情况下，在普遍的都市也有这样的现象存在。那这个背后的另外一个问题是，为什么有高空屋里除了租金很低，大家都要资本利得之外，更重要的原因就是我们的持有成本太低。昨天徐乐或者鲍也都在总统府在提到这个事情，多低呢？你可以看到我们的车子2000系的车子，大概它的燃料税、它的执照税每一年大概要17万。可是我们在新北市中和的一个房子，25年的房子，它的房价，它的这个持有1年税成本多少？只要2000块钱，2063块钱，差了多少？差了8.5倍。竟然房子的持有成本比这个汽车持有成本还低了8.5倍。所以高低之间马上看它有多严重的问题。所以大家会因为房子破烂了，也不愿意出租，那大家只想在买进卖出，赚取差价这样情形。跟今天徐乐或者大家所谈的问题，为什么房价那么高的背后，其实这个问题其实特别税值的问题是很难以做的事情。另外一个3高的，另外一个大家今天谈到，我们的自由率的确很高的。虽然在这么高房价、这么高的空屋率下，大家的房子还是很多的自由率。当这个计算或者从定义过，大约看起来大概台湾80%的自由率的情况下，里面的出市场大概不到20%。那里面特别刚刚早上这个业务长就提到我们的所谓公共住宅或者社会住宅等等，大概不到1%的情形。换句话说，特别大家都提到，政府虽然在820万的这个所谓社会住宅，其实占的比例也不过2%、3%而已。那样能解决所有的高房价问题。徐乐一直在强调，其实这个不是解决高房价问题。所以这个背后也是一个很复杂的问题，我们要从根本的去来思考起，可能才能够面对我们的住宅困境。大家看到我们这里面看到台湾跟我就举了新加坡为最主要例子。台湾基本上是一个大市场，就是90%以上的房子的这个情况下都是由民间所提供的，或民间来参与。里面非常少的讲，我们现在其实是由政府来做提供的。相对于新加坡来讲，它相对政府的力量还是比较大。它有公积金之外，它的土地是公有的、地上权的等等想法下，所以政府力量跟市场力量之间是有很大的本质上的差别。在这地方所面对的，我们其实比较希望在市场的力量上、市场机制上能够做的改善的更好一点。那政府在某程度上它是有它的局限存在，所以想要依赖政府来解决这个问题的情况下，一个重要的可能是面对我们要面对市场上的来解决。所以从这个简单的困境下，可以看到背后台湾所面对3个核心的问题关键，把归纳成这样的想法。第一个核心的问题是我们台湾的市场的制度或市场的机制其实没有被充分发挥，没有被充分发挥的原因，使得我们的住宅供需没有办法均衡的情况下，或者才能够空的房子等等情形，我们产业界使得没有办法对好的厂商提供奖励，不好的厂商能够被淘汰下去，反而是劣币逐良币的这样的现象，这背后是市场没有办法发挥。当然更重要的就是我们的虽然有实价登录制度，可是我们的资讯还是相当不透明、不充分的情 情况，这还是有做改变的空间。另外一个很重要的就是我们传统的思想的有私有财这样的一个价值观的情形。这样的一个私有财使得我们住宅严重的商品化，那住宅在本身以后变成一个赚钱的工具，使得大家影响他居住的基本需求的这样。当第三个原因是传统的住宅政策上是由所谓住者有其屋政策，鼓励大家买房子，给买房子比较多的补贴，相对租房子可能没有到重视，所以至于我们现在租屋的市场是非常小的一个情况下。所以我的建议几个未来的方向呼应到三个核心的问题。第一个当然是应该要健全我们的市场的机制，上市的背后是希望提供更多的供需的相关的资讯，然后让空屋的能够被有效做的利用，减少空屋的发生。另外一个很重要就是能够加强对产业界的评鉴的制度，让好的厂商能出头，不好厂商能够这个在市场上的进行。当然，更重要就是提供市场的更充分的资讯来改善市场。第二个很重要的结论呢，就是希望能够我们区隔自住的房子跟非自住的房子它的所谓的持有成本跟交易成本差别。同时在税制上之外，因为在金融上，那个自住的房子它能够比较好的贷款保障，比较好的贷款利率，同时非自住的就要相对的它的贷款成数、贷款的利率就要相对的降低。当然就区隔自住跟非自住的差别。那最后一点，刚刚说，我们觉得政府在做努力，其实还是要照顾弱势的，买不起房子还是很重要的。所以怎么样子让住宅市场能够更健全的情况下，第一个我们租市场的法制化。刚早上部长讲到，我们现在把租赁条例、租市场法律才送到立法院，希望能够快速通过。否则我们现在租市场全部是黑市的，大家租了房子不报税，大家资讯不透明。所以呢，整个租屋上不好，所以怎么样让租市场法制化？当然，我们也希望提供更多元的租屋市场的补贴，让这个租金的补贴也好，或者这个提供空屋的有效利用的政府的代租代管政策等等，让租市场更多丰盈的情形。当然，我还是期待要尽量加强社会住宅的信件。谢谢大家。
他的速度真快。接下来是北京大学房地产研究所的刘公益教授。刘教授是中国房地产的领军人物，他在中国住房政策上做出很多实际的贡献。他也是我们以前亚洲房地产学会的主席。那我们听听看这个两岸的房地产的问题有没有什么不同？谢谢。
好，谢谢。各位来宾，大家早上好。很荣幸有机会来跟大家分享一下中国大陆房产市场，尤其是住房市场上所面临的一些挑战和我们的一些政策的一些设想。刚刚这个国家统计局发布了一个数据，就是我们2006年底这个城镇人口的住房的人均住房面积是36.6平方米。那么我和1998年就是我们住房制度改革的那个最关键的时间点去比较的话呢，我发现人均住房面积从数量上大概增加了1倍。另外呢，我看了看从1998年到现在呢，我们建设的房子是145亿平方米，大概占到现在的就是当前的住房存量的一半。也就是说，最近的19年，我们建立的房子是我们现有的住房存量的一半。而且呢，这里边呢大部分都是由房产开发商建设。这里边可以也给大家一个信息呢，就是说我们实际上不光是面积增加的速度很快，同时呢，住房的质量也有一个比较大的提升啊。当然了，住房价格这里边显示的这个价格，这个19年的变化呢是4倍，但是呢，实际上我们现实当中各个城市之间差异很大，比如像北京啊，就是15倍、20倍这样一个变化。住房所有权的特点跟台湾也非常的像，这个我们甚至更高一些。而且呢，我们发现这个经济越发达的这个区域，那么住房所有权的这个占比就越高。那么住房消费实际上在我们的整个的 居民的消费当中占的比重还处在一个相对比较低的水平。那么住房投资这个领域呢，我们从95年开始呢，我们的住房投资占 GDP 的比重就已经达到了8%，就是世界银行曾经测算过的一个最高的水平的这样一个评点。而且最近这些年的时间呢，我们平均大概在10%到13%之间啊，这个非常非常高的一个投入的一个水平。那么房产业在 GDP 当中占的份额，那么我们现在是6.5%左右。那么这是一个大概的情况。再有呢，就是我们这个市场呢，开始从一个新建的市场向一个二手房市场去转变啊。那么我们从现在的住房市场的交易额、交易的面积啊，都在开始发生变化，都在向二手房市场转变。再有呢，我们这个市场上的集中度，不管是土地圈的市场，还是新房的市场，还是二手房的市场，那么这个市场集中度在迅速的提高啊。我们去年这个最大的开发商啊，销售额一年有3个公司是超过了3000亿。今年的上半年啊，已经有很多的公司已经超过了2000多亿。这个所以实际上大概我们一个开发商的这个最大的开发商的销售的它的销售额大概差不多，我看相当于香港啊，整个全境一年的新房销售规模是集中度很高。那么我们住房需求呢，也在开始发生变化，从这种刚性需求，慢慢的向改善性的需求啊、享受型的需求和特定的一些群体的需求在发生转变。这是一个它的需求不是一种非常广泛的那样一个特征了。另外呢，我们实际上这个面临在这样的一个大的背景下，我们当前面临的一些挑战有几方面。一个呢，我们说是市场分化，在这样一个大的一个市场上，那么有我们传统中把1、2、3、4线城市，我们经常说的这个泡沫和过热共处啊，这种现象。这个另外呢，就是我们过去实际上通过土地融资的方式，极大的促进了城市建设和发展。但是呢，实际上现在也带来了很多高地价的问题，所以我们在尝试怎么去这个摆脱这个对土地财政的那种依赖，在探索一些新的方法。那么这里面有几个图片啊，这是一个地方卖地，苏州卖块地，有这个147家公司去竞争一块地，那最后呢是到了最高的地价拐点以后呢，大家开始写一个数，最后呢去算一算哪家出价是接近平均数中位数，哪家获得。这个也是另外一个嘉兴，浙江的嘉兴卖的地，这个750家公司去争，最后拿到地的就跟中了6个彩似的。这个所以市场变成了一个非常另外呢，就是我们刚才张老师说是有私有财。实际上确实一样，来看这样的一种环境，大家还要一直把钱去换房子这是一个非常就大家太过分的追逐住房所有权。再有呢，我们说实际上这个市场上过高的价格也存在着一些风险的系统性的风险的隐患。那么我们现在这个一直在最近这些1年多的时间在探索。用什么样的方式来解决这些问题那么我们现在推出一个总体的思想，就是要把一些短期的政策，慢慢的要向有利于市场稳定的这个长效机制方向转变，而且要求这个长效机制呢要符合国际法律，要满足市场的这样一些规则。再有呢，就是要长期和短期来结合，目标呢是希望能够促进这个市场的稳定防范这个价格泡沫的破灭，然后呢，这个收窄这个目标。所以我们现在探索的政策的内容呢，一是从住房制度的角度，那么怎么去完善我们的供应的体系这个怎么去对中等收入家庭的支持把它落到实处，怎么去发展非盈利机构的参与像最近北京、上海。制定的住房共赢的13个规划都体现出来了相关的特点。 再有呢，就是我们的土地制度的这个改革。那么我们说，现在我们关注的点呢，大概有几个角度。一个呢，就是说要开源，要增加拓展土地的来源，通过这个城市低效利用土地和农村基础建设用地让它进入到市场，来增加土地的供应。再一个呢，就是我们要稳流，就是实际上政府过去一直用土地供应来调控市场。希望呢，这个政府供应土地的这个速度应该是和需求匹配。再有呢，就是优化结构，增加居住用地的供应这样的节奏，降低再有就是要降低成本，是要降低供给的价格，提高供应的可能性。所以我们说这个叫开源稳流，这个优结构降成本、增弹性，完善我们的标准化的制度。那么从住房金融的角度，我们也在探索怎么去建立政策性的住房金融体系这个怎么样去让商业银行有这个最基本的这个住房金融的一些规则要遵循的这样一些基础制度。再有呢，就是要建立一个比较统一的、完善的住房金融的监管的体系。还有我们也在考虑的另外一个方向就是房产税收进行房产税制的改革。那么目的呢，实际上是希望能够达到保护住房消费对住房投资保持中性基住房投机，然后住房市场上的这种升值的收益，那么能够跟社会共享。再有我们也在探索区域协同发展的这种模式，包括进一步的完善我们的市场体系。我就讲这么多，谢谢大家。
看起来这个大陆的房价也是有点高处不胜寒了。以前我从来没有听过刘教授提过那个泡沫的2个字，就是第一次听到他提出来。我们下一位是新加坡国立大学的于希明教授，他也会讨论新加坡的 asset price migration， 讨论这个政府所采取的8项对应措施。于教授呢，对东南亚房地产教育贡献非常的大，他是我们 Pacific Rim Real Estate Society 的主席，也是我们亚洲房地产学会的主席。2年以后，他又会是我们世界华人不动产的主席。
好，谢谢你。大家好。为了时间关系，我就用英语我就讲英语，我可以讲得很快So excuse me, let me speak in English and I can go through my presentation a lot more quickly. Let me say this, I'm just going to focus on economic reforms because that's what this forum is about. And I will just go specifically on the cooling measures that Singapore government has introduced. Okay, although Professor Chan mentioned that we are a small market and big government, the big government he was referring to was about public housing in Singapore. As most people know, Singapore predominantly the people live in public housing, 80%. And so I'm not going to say a lot about that because the economic reforms are more specific to the private market. If you want to know more about the public market, tomorrow, Bob and Tiger, they have organized a very good housing investment forum. Please attend it. Okay? Now, I was going to go through some macroeconomic data about Singapore, but you will see that over this course of this conference, comparisons amongst countries will show that we are all pretty similar. We all have this effects of post the global financial crisis. And for one reason or another, we all experienced slow economic growth. But there's always a surge in the economic recovery since the GFC. And then as far as Singapore is concerned, in terms of inflation has come down, and in terms of interest rate is really very much dependent on the Fed, whether they push up interest or not. And of course, over in Singapore, unemployment continues to be low. But more, as I said, more importantly, I want to focus more on property cooling measures. So despite the fact that we are a small market and big government, it is still an open economy. And because we are an open economy, we are also subject to the influx of foreign funds, foreign investors, and we also get many investors from all our rich neighboring countries, from Taiwan, from China. If some kind of property measures to control the rapidly rising prices since 2009. In fact, in 2000 and by 2010, the asset price has gone beyond the previous boom, which was in 1996, before the Asian financial crisis. Now, in terms of the cooling measures, 8 rounds of cooling measures focus on the lower LTV ratios, tightening of the LTV limits, increase in terms of the minimum cash down payments, increase in holding period before you can sell. This is about flipping, which Professor Shin mentioned. Capping the mortgage tenures, introducing seller's stamp duty, which is almost as capital gains tax, and also additional buyer's stamp duty. And last but not least is in terms of the total debt servicing ratio, and I will say that this has been very successful in its implementation. So the major cooling measures that were introduced over the period of time from 2009 to 2013. First round obviously is to disallow the developers to have schemes like your interest absorption, deferment of installments, and so on and so forth. So those were scrapped for all private property buyers from developers. And in 2010, we introduced first time the SSD, and also lowered the LTV to 80% from 90%. And then in 2010, the holding period for the SSD, the seller's stamp duty, was even lengthened. It means if you sell within, last time was 1 year, now if you sell within 3 years, you will also be subject to payment of this seller's stamp duty. In terms of the minimum cash payment, also has been raised, as well as further lowering of the LTV ratio. In 2011, we introduced, again, increasing the holding period for SSD, as well as lowering LTV. So you can see that these are macro-prudential measures that really try to dampen the demand for exuberance buyers, and as well as and then subsequently we also introduced additional buyer's stamp duty. And for this, I think what is very distinguishing as far as the Singaporean measure is concerned, we distinguish between Singaporean buyers, permanent residents in Singapore, as well as foreign buyers. For foreign buyers, the additional buyer's stamp duty is hefty 15%, meaning that you have to pay additional 15% more if you are a foreigner buying a property in Singapore. So then in 2012, we also have kept the mortgage tenure rate, further control the LTV, and then last but not least, in 2013, we have further refined the ABSD as well as the SSD and so on and so forth, and also introduced other measures that actually directly affecting the public housing market, but because the public housing and the private markets are intertwined, and we have to also therefore introduce measures in both of these. And last but not least, as I said, we also introduced this thing called the total debt structuring ratio. This refers to house buyer wanting to borrow must also take into account of all the other loans, including your credit card loans that you may have. And all this will then work out as to how much, as a household family, you are actually entitled, the amount of loan that you can borrow, so that you are containing the demand in that way. Now, over this period, you can see the reaction to the cooling measures as they were introduced in terms of the price as well as the volume. But most significantly, actually, there was still quite a bit of improvement. That's why we introduced over 8 rounds of cooling measures just to keep it under control. And because ultimately it finally worked with the introduction of the TESR, and with that we have still maintained those cooling measures. So because the property market today is still lukewarm in a way, but it's not dampened a lot, so developers are not complaining too much. But at the same time, the cooling measures were still remain, and the government has also pushed up supply so that there will be more options for buyers. Lastly, let me just quickly round up this part about future trends. I think there are 3 things I think we will see insofar as this conference. Smart, green, and sustainable developments will be a very, very key trend in the future. And obviously, IT real tech, e-commerce, sharing economy, disintermediation, all these are the challenges that we're facing us. And then obviously, we talk about big data, data analytics, we also expect different kind of physical developments like your data centers, mixed users, and so on and so forth. So let me just conclude at this point. Thank you very much.
从上面3位贵宾的发言，好像我们可以conclude这个有中国人的地方就有高房价的问题。好像新加坡的这个措施比较直接，比较有效。所以呢，我们下面的发言人是 Professor Ming-Chi. He's Associate Dean of the KEI School of Public Policy and Management. Prior to that, he worked for Fannie Mae and World Bank. His research plans theory was practice. So today he will talk about issues related to smart city growth and the rest of it.
That's wonderful. I'm the second non-Chinese speaking presenter, so please excuse that my presentation will be done in English because basically I don't speak Chinese. Okay, what I want to do in the next 6-7 minutes is to introduce some of the shifting policy focus in Korea related to the real estate sector. Within the sector, the policy focus has been shifting from the real sector to the financial sector in a sense that for a long time, from 1960s, when the economy really took off in Korea, the providing affordable housing and narrowing the housing gap in the real sector was the policy focus. But after the Asian financial crisis, there was a financial liberalization. So the mortgage debt and other household debt has been on the rise. So as in the Singapore, the macro-prudential regulations is a big topic. But there is some twist in Korea relative to Singapore as to how the Korean government has been doing that. And as Paul mentioned, the ICT technology, or fourth industrial revolution, or the extension of third industrial revolution, is another big issue in Korea as to how to combine those technological advancements with the real estate development. So I will say a few words about that as well. Okay. As I said, from 1960s, Korean economy has been taking off. So it was a fairly sustained growth during last 50 years. So productivity went up, household income went up, and quality of life went up. I think this picture basically shows very clearly the improvement of quality of life in Korea. What you are seeing here is Cheonggyecheon, one of the must-see sites when you go to Seoul. It's a very popular tourist attraction. Cheonggyecheon in 1965, so about 50 years ago, it looked like that. Today, it looks much better. And one of my students took a better picture. So it's a Cheonggyecheon at night. So when you come to Seoul or Incheon next year, so I hope you have a chance to visit there. In terms of housing price, real housing price index in different cities. In 1980s, there was an upturn and downturn, and that was mainly caused by excess demand in various cities. Then Korean government instituted a fairly big supply shock. They basically built 30% of housing stock within several years. And since then, the housing price has been stabilizing, while in real terms it has been declining. And after the Asian financial crisis, there was a fairly strong recovery. And then, as I said, the mortgage lending has been increasing since then. So Korean government introduced various different measures. So right now, the high and rising household debt, including mortgage debt, is a big policy issue. And in terms of size, it is not outrageously high. You know, it's a 70% of total household debt outstanding to GDP ratio. Compared to the disposable income, it's a little high, 170%. That's a big concern. Then the network prudential regulations, I will come back to this issue later on. But aging is another big policy issue. As you see in the graph, the red line is the inverse dependency ratio. That's a working age population, 15 to 64-year-old population divided by birth. And Japan, Spain, Ireland, the house price, which is the blue line, moved pretty much in line with the trend of inverse dependence ratio. But not in Germany, and Korea doesn't have peaked yet. But it is expected that it will be declining fairly fast in Korea. I'll skip this. Smart city, the Songdo. Songdo smart city is a very interesting case. I will say a few words later on. But it's about 50 square kilometers of land. It used to be a sea. It's totally reclaimed land. And then it started, the development started from 2003. Now they basically overachieved all the goals in terms of attracting global firms and making a modular smart city with the help of ICT technology. So seeing for one, I don't have much time, so I will skip some slides. Now, in terms of mortgage market regulation, in addition to LTV and DTI cap, which are set as a 70% for loan value ratio and 60% to debt income ratio, Korean government linked that to fairly small geographical areas, what they define as speculative zones. So in Seoul, there are about 30 sub-districts, and among them, they pick several sub-districts where government believe housing price is overheating. So they are very ambitious in terms of taming the housing price trend there. But the problem is removal. When the market condition changes, the removal tends to be more political than economics. In other words, the party affiliation of local congressmen or even president between Liberal Party and Conservative Party seem to be determinant rather than the economic conditions in those localities. Now, in addition, the Korean government tried to make a quota for the fixed rate mortgage and amortizing mortgage. So by the end of this year, they want to have 40% of mortgage debt outstanding, at least 40%, to be a fixed rate mortgage, and another 40% to be amortizing mortgage. So we will see how effective those regulations are. So how am I doing in terms of time? 1 minute, okay. In the supply side, the construction boom bust happened in 2000. So there was a big boom in the residential as well as non-residential development in Korea. But when the global financial crisis hits, there has been pronounced a rise of what we call as a zombie company, zombie construction company, whose debt service to income ratio is below 1 for some consecutive years. Aging population, I will skip. SOC is another area that Korean government is trying to figure out what's the optimal level of SOC investment, expressways, ports, and Songdo City, the final statement about the new Songdo City. In fact, there was a Harvard business case in 2006 about this particular development, which was fairly skeptical, given that it takes so long, and there are competing cities in the region, including Singapore, Hong Kong, and others. But now they pulled out, and they believe that it is a fairly modular form of smart city. And the Korean government is talking to some Asian and Middle Eastern countries in terms of sort of exporting this type of city development. So in conclusion, there has been a policy transition in Korea from real sector to resolve housing gap. Housing welfare, enhancing housing welfare through rental housing sector is still a very important policy issue. But now the prudent expansion of financing for both consumer and developer, there is a big policy topic. Finally, the upgrading sort of relevant sectors to real estate, such as SOC, REITs, and some of the real estate related service industries. They are the policy focus as well. Thank you.
So I just want to point out that the new Songdo City, he mentioned twice, will be the site for the next conference to be held in Korea. He's trying to attract people to attend the next conference. So Professor Yashiro Kawakuchi is the Dean of the Graduate School of Finance at the Osaka University in Tokyo. He is also the Vice President of the Japanese Association of Real Estate Finance Engineering. Wow, very long name. And the third, more important, he was the President of the Asian Real Estate Society. And when he held the conference in Tokyo, that was one of the best. Kyoto, not the Tokyo, Kyoto. And the Himatusa, not only Kyoto. Today, we'll talk about the excessive saving problem in Japan, the relationship between economic reform and enterprise.
Thank you very much. So I will also be interested in smart city, but I will go back to the program, three high program, which is described about the So when I heard here speak by the Professor Shiga, so I remember about 30 years ago discussion in Japan. We had three high program for housing or land market in 1980s. So government and industry try to push down the land price. Because 30 years ago, many economists believe that high land price is not good. So we must push down the price of the land price. However, the result is eventually we had a problem with the severe stagnation in our economy. So there may be that important mechanisms such as dynamic financial multiplier. This prior is a positive movement between land prices and business investments are driven force behind the broad impact of the land price dynamics or the macroeconomy. So the some researcher developed the economic mechanism that capture the core movement by incorporating the key features in the general equilibrium model. So this question I would like to ask you the answer of this question. is economic reform externally or internally driven? So, in other words, can our or your government solve the three high problem based on the dynamic financial criteria? This describes the core movement, land price, and macroeconomics. So if you push down the land price, then you suffer from the decline in the macroeconomics. But if you push up the land price, the macroeconomic situation is good, but we suffer from the bump. So how to resolve this problem? So I would like to introduce briefly the case of the terrorist market in Japan. So since burst the bubble economy in 1991, Japan has experienced sluggish growth in the economy overall, as well as the total productivity (TFP). So the first 10 years of this stagnation, the lost decade, have been the subject of the considerable body of the research. Studies have focused on the financial problems, such as non-performing loan problem, the firm's damage balance sheet, and deflation, and main cause of Japan stagnation. So by 2000, Japan has largely resolved the non-performing loan problem, as well as the problem of damage balance sheet. But economic growth hardly deaccelerated, resulting in the what now are called lost decade. So Japan 2 decades are not transient problem of sluggish economy growth as a result of the inappropriate fiscal and monetary policy, but need to be seen from a more long-term and structural perspective, reflecting a chronic lack of demand and long-term decline in productivity. So many people concerned about that Japan's problem comes from the decline of population. But this narrative story is not true. So recently we had a decline of the population, but in the past 2 decades, our population still had a growth. So the major problem is the excess saving problem. So excess program saving means that less private business investment. So then the government must invest using the tax. So then our government had a huge deficit. This is a key issue of our economy. So the people tend to excess saving. So that this means that private business investment are fewer. So then eventually the productivity is also go down. So in this graph shows we failed to make to solve the problem. We failed the income productivity. So, however, recently, land price increased rapidly again, which this graph shows. So this graph shows that the land price in Ginza, the central of Tokyo. So the current land price in Ginza almost same as the late 1980s. So some people say this is the value, but I don't understand. I don't say this is not value because the reason why the land price in Ginza is so high. I appreciate you, many Chinese visitors and from Korea or Taiwanese or Vietnamese, all they came to Ginza and to buy a very gorgeous goods and service. So this graph shows the GDP per capita in China. This closely related our foreign visitor. So in Asia, in maybe next decade, in Asia, GDP capital maybe will be increased. So if we are more integrated economically in Asia, our land price will not go into the bubble. I think that, so I have no time, but the many recent economic paper supported, they support our view. So we would like to consider about the mechanism of the whole movement of the land price and the macroeconomics.
Everyone is worried about the asset price inflation, and Japan wants asset price inflation. So this is a good position to have. So our next speaker is Professor Martin Hosey, and he holds 3 professorial appointments in Switzerland, in UK, and in France. And he published 6 books and over 100 articles. And he was the chairman or president of the European Real Estate Society, and currently is the president of the International Real Estate Society. And he's talking about the political risk faced by the European countries.
Well, thank you, Ko. Let me say first of all that it's a great pleasure for me to be here. Thank you, Ko, for the invitation to be on this panel. And thank you, Ming-Chi, for a wonderful conference and for your hospitality in Taiwan. So I get the very interesting challenge of talking about the whole continent, consisting of 44 plus countries in hopefully 6 minutes. And I'm going to be using 5 slides. So in the first slide, I'm going to give you just some basic background about Europe, and then I want to touch upon 4 areas which I think are relevant. The first area is going to be the political landscape. Then I'm going to talk about interest rates. Then I want to talk about disruption, and I'm going to finish with the aging population. So background: 743 million people live in Europe. By no means is Europe a single entity. As I mentioned, there are 44 countries that are fully in Europe, plus 5 that are partly in Europe. And that includes major countries such as Russia and Turkey. And there's much heterogeneity in Europe. I'm sure you're all aware that there's something called the EU, the European Union. And on my map, those are the countries which are shaded in yellow. So you've got EU countries and non-EU countries. And then within the EU, you've got a bunch of countries which use a common currency, the euro, and you've got some countries which do not use the euro. Then you've got significant differences if you compare Western Europe with Eastern Europe, and also differences between the North and the South. Okay, so it's a big area with a lot of differences. In terms of the political landscape, I would say there's quite a bit of uncertainty. And it probably started before last year, but a major event happened last year in that the UK decided that they wanted to leave the European Union. And well, it's kind of unclear how it's going to happen. Some people are still saying that it's not going to happen. One thing that is clear that if it happens, how much it'll cost the EU, I mean, people don't really know. So the amount of the divorce bill, if you wish, is certainly unclear. That creates challenges for the UK and opportunities, I would say, for a number of other cities. I've read about at least 5 or 10 cities which claim that they're going to benefit from the UK leaving the EU. The two most often cited cities which should benefit are Dublin and Paris. It's not all bad news in Europe. I mean, a major positive factor was were the French elections. So, I mean, if the Nationalist Party in France had won the elections, it would have been a major threat for the EU. So that's positive. I think Germany is stable in terms of political risk, but there are a number of countries, in particular Italy, which are of concern. In terms of interest rates, I wanted to say a few things about negative interest rates. A number of European countries, and that includes the European Central Bank, but also Denmark, Sweden, and Switzerland. So the central banks of those countries decided for various reasons to introduce negative interest rates a few years back. Mostly to boost growth, and in the case of Switzerland, it was mostly to try to lessen the amounts of capital flowing into the country. To date, negative interest rates seem to have had little impact on growth. However, those negative or even low interest rates have pushed asset prices upward, including housing prices in a lot of countries. And well, I'm going to use one of the words that Bob Schiller used this morning. Some investors are certainly taking foolish risks right now. Well, disruption, I'm surprised no one has mentioned the word so far on this panel. I think, I mean, a lot of things are changing in terms of consumer behavior, and that obviously creates challenges for the retail sector. I see a lot of opportunities in the logistics sector. For investors, however, you have to be careful in the sense that every 5 or 7 years the facilities need to be completely refurbished, so that has a huge impact on the return. In terms of offices, I would say that demand has become much more demanding, would be the motto here. And there's often a mismatch between supply and demand. Rather than transforming current offices, you see a lot of new construction happening. And you've got a map of the world showing you the percentage of people over the age of 65. So if you see red, and red is Europe, okay, that's more than 20% of the population is age 65 or above, okay? So the European population is old and aging. That obviously creates huge issues in terms of the pension systems, in terms of funding of the pension systems, but also in terms of what assets do you invest in. It creates demand for new types of housing for the elderly, hospitals, etc. A positive in terms of age in Europe is migration. I mean, that also creates issues, but I mean, in terms of the age of the population, certainly a positive factor, and we need to obviously analyze in what field those people are going to be active in. And one last thing, which has already been mentioned on this panel, which I want to emphasize here, is that maybe we need to place less emphasis on people becoming homeowners. I mean, I come from a country, i.e. Switzerland, where the home ownership rate is 40%. So 60% of people are renters, and while those 60% of people, by and large, live very, very well. So I don't think we need to be a homeowner in order to be okay. So in terms of the younger generations in Europe, I think we should stop telling them that they absolutely need to be homeowners, else they've kind of failed in life. Thank you very much.
Finally, I would like to introduce Professor Bob Addison. And in my view, Bob is one of the most important contributors to the real estate field in the U.S. He holds a chair professorship at UC Berkeley, and prior to that, he was the finance department chair at the Wharton Business School. And he served as the president of the American Real Estate and Urban Economic Association, as well as the president of the Asian Real Estate Society. So he will give us a comprehensive overview of the challenges faced by the world.
Thank you, Ko, for your kind introduction. I feel like I'm the last guy standing before lunch, so I have a strange task. I will try to give you food for thought. I won't guarantee you have mental type for the moment. There's something my theme is going to be what's common among all of these discussions that we've heard. And I'm going to talk about the driving forces. First, from economics 1, real estate. You know, real estate is a derived demand. And so you need to look at the fundamentals of what's driving it. And on this platform, there are some places where clearly the global factors, small countries, such as Singapore, Taiwan, what happens locally affects them almost immediately. But even places like China, a huge economy, or the US, global things affect us. And Europe, as a Eurozone, is a very large economy, larger than the United States actually. It too is affected by what happened in Britain and perhaps in Syria and other things. So with that sort of theme in mind, we see the world growth. This is the IMF and some other big producers of sort of forecasts. Their forecasts are growth is slowing, even though we see places like China, which have high growth rates relatively, that's slow relative to used to be, and there's concern about that for the future. India may be the exception of that. So I borrowed from the German Weltanschauung, which is an expression which goes in German, is a world perspective, world view. And I think there are 5 interrelated factors that sort of driving what's happening. One, which Martin just mentioned, everyone else mentioned it directly, is demographics, growth potential, climate, environment, and natural resources. That's not a U.S. official position. You might know this. And income, wealth, and equality really is driving things in ways that people don't really fully appreciate. And then there's this element of the world is a non-zero-sum game, much more than it used to be. It's international cooperation matters. So let me sort of briefly and very quickly go through this. This is for people that have speed reading courses. Okay, first of all, why is it complicated to sort of figure out problems within a country as well as between countries? And I've sort of made this little loop here, which examines the economy is one part, demographics is another part I just mentioned, but environment, political realities, technology, I think is having intimated by Martin, actually stated, intimated, a major role in what's going to happen in the future. Then there's what I call culture. And to me, culture is the Bob Schiller comment about sociology, psychology, and so forth, and how people behave. Those are all intertwined. So I can't go through all those. Let me talk about demographics. The world is aging. Certainly, the developed world is aging. In the end of the 21st century, one of the places that is not aging is Africa, and then the largest population group in the world. Asia second, and what we call Western economies are only third. So major changes happen here. But as you look at the development or the aging process, there are really two interrelated phenomena that are happening. One is how do we take care of retirement, Martin mentioned that, and healthcare. And then there's something that hasn't been mentioned, it's what I call protein upgrade. As people get richer, they want to eat better. They do eat better. And just think about your own countries, if you've been a country that's developed in the last 30 years. It really has changed remarkably. Let me sort of provide a view of this. This comes from Professor Roscoe, who's passed away, unfortunately, from Sweden, who did some analysis about looking at longevity and income. And so we go to 1803, I'll turn my back on you, sorry, and this doesn't have, it doesn't have the big red dot sort of on the left is China. So the total amount of income is high, life expectancy is about 30, India is below that, and if you look just to the right of that, you see a little green dot, which is the United States, and then the brown dots are Europe. Okay, and the one sort of top Scandinavian nations. So we see life expectancy and income are interrelated. And we go to 1865, same phenomenon, but China, the big red dot, and India, the big blue dot, are really behind in terms of life expectancy and income. And you see moving out towards the right, the United States, the green, and European. The very top ones are Scandinavian nations. Then we come to 1915. Looks pretty similar, but the Western world is moving out towards the higher income, higher life expectancy. Then we get to 1965, still doesn't look that much different. Come to 2015, notice the difference? The world has become, longevity causes the problem that you have to, higher income and longevity create demands for resources at higher levels than before. So this world needs to figure out how to be able to feed itself and fuel itself and everything else. Let me turn to global capacity, and I think I can't really summarize this quickly, so this will make one statement, and you can think about this. There's been what I call the malfusion argument versus non-malfusion, which I characterized by someone called Esther Bosro, was an economist, died in 1999, Danish economist, born in the early 1900s. She was the person who said, Malthus says, no, food would be the ultimate constraint. Her notion was sort of situations are the mothers of invention. And so if you need food, people figure out how to do that. Today we have the same thing as what I call the techno-optimists, represented by Kurzweil or Diamantis. And then a book by Robert Gordon that says, oh, it's all coming to an end. You're going to go very slowly forever. A techno-pessimist, as I call them. And those are different. Two views. I'm quite frankly a techno-optimist. There's what I call now a neo-normalist synthesis. And this also is serves more than 20 seconds, but that's all it's going to get. But if I look at the United States and other parts of the world, a political logjam and fiscal and monetary policy are out of balance. And because of that, Larry Summers argued in his IMF speech in 2013, he suggests that has helped create this imbalance. There is a counter school, by the way, the Schumpeterian, I call them Austerians, not Austrians, who feel that, creative destruction is the way the economy works. They're right about off the table when it adopted their policies and other places. But markets are not efficient, contrary to what he does teach things. That's what Bob should have said. Just there's things that do that don't make them look so efficient. And deflation and growth might be slow. We look from the late financial crisis to the 1930s as sort of a big example. The real thing we should be looking at is 1870. And let me spend a minute on how that happened. I'll spend more than a minute. In 1873, the Franco-Prussian War occurred and the Germans won. The French sent them $10 million in gold for retribution. Why should that happen? Germans went off the silver standard, the bimetal standard, went on gold standard. That can spend their money supply for growth. It was followed by destroying the silver market all the way around the world in the United States and so forth. A world depression occurred. Not only that, that depression was associated with a 20-year deflation. Sound familiar? Low inflation rates? Why was that? And actually growth started to pick up, even though there was deflation. How did that happen? It's because of technology. Ports, railroads, steam engines on boats, all came to play in the 1870s and beyond. And eventually, that caused costs to fall. And this, by the way, is what Richard Baldwin in his great conversion talks about, the first conversions, which I'm not going to talk about, obviously, today. So that caused costs. So even though prices were falling, spreads were increasing, and profits could be made. And if you look today, what's happening around the world, it's technology is driving costs down. If you want to buy steel, you go to any place in the world, you go to India if it's cheaper there, you go to Korea if it's cheaper there. So wherever there's excess capacity, and there is excess capacity in the world, you will have low prices being driven by that. Okay, with the States and Europe, the brown start to increase. And then we start to, this is 1950, it still looks like the same picture, a little spread out a little bit. Then we come to 1965, well, looks like the red dot and the blue dot is sort of moving, but not very much. Then we come to 2012, last year data. Does this suggest, if you believe CO2 is a problem, that there's going to be a problem in this world? Donald Trump probably isn't listening, but that's okay. He'll tweet about it tomorrow. Anyways, so with all that, and I'm just going to bring one more factor, income inequality has played a part in this, and this is the Piketty Atkinson saying what we saw in the first 3 quarters of the 20th century is the irregular part of the world. And usually, wealth distribution really is inequal, and it's people that have capital that gain. This, to me, has to be corrected if we want to have a country, a world that works. And wealth taxation is one of the things we have to look at. That's a solution. If we don't want that, we can have revolution. And don't think revolutions are possible. The French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Magna Carta was the English Revolution, really. Not the Common Revolution. The United States Revolution, related to economics and inequality. So those things are very China had a revolution, let's say, the KMT is here, not there. So the revolution, in case you hadn't noticed. With that in mind, something needs to be done, and paradox. Intra-country inequality has fallen. If you look at the per capita income with India and China versus the United States, they've caught up. They're not the same. And one of the charts you had sort of indicates that if you're looking for your earlier days. But intra-country, but intra-country inequality is increasing remarkably. And that's the thing that people think about. People in Thailand don't think about how people are doing sort of in Siberia, probably. But they do worry about their neighbors, and that is the problem. So with all that, I suggest you need to have global trust to work out some of these problems, a global strategy, which I hope will happen. It's sort of the rest of the world, the G19 meeting, that's right. The 20th doesn't, that's us, the United States. Climate, environmental, international financial system reform. Think about all these things are where there's room for a non-zero sum cooperative game to make us all better off. Controlling international terrorism, reducing mistrust across countries, globalization, technology, and trade benefits, gotta work. And stop stoking the world military militancy. Today there's Syria, Iran, North Korea, just close by, and 4 or 5 other hotspots that could be problems. Those are things we have to work collectively to save. So all these things affect real estate, but real estate should be seen in a more global picture.
When Bob talks, everybody listens. I always listen to Neil from his speech. So let's conclude our panel. Sorry, I tried to use 20 minutes more. Now it's time for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Professor Wong and all the panelists. We'd like to panelists and also Professor Wong to take a photo in front of the stage to remember this special event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the morning session. We will now break for lunch. Lunch is served at the Global Hall next door. Please remember to return the interpretation headsets before you leave. The afternoon session will begin at 1:40. Please remember to come back on time and see you all in the afternoon. 各位来宾，经过早上的专题演讲以及意见的交流，相信大家都有许多的收获。我们现在是午餐的休息时间，用餐的地点是在隔壁的全球环球厅。另外也提醒您，在离场的时候，请记得要归还您的同步口译接收器，并且取回您的证件。下午会议开始之前，请再重新以证件交换同步口译接收器。我们下午的议程将会在1点40分的时候开始，请您记得准时入席，谢谢。
The last panelist will be Mr. Tony Zhao. He's from Zhongshan, Lasali, Taiwan. He's going to talking about the real estate investment institution in Taiwan. Right. We are kind of delayed a little bit, so we should control our time. Hope we can finish in time. Okay. So we have originally we have 90 minutes. Now we have only probably 70 minutes, but we still hope we can finish in time. So we allow every panelist to have 15 minutes to talk, okay? At the 12 minutes, you will hear one read. That means you have 3 more minutes to go. And then 3 minutes later, you're going to hear the second read. It means that you should stop, all right? Hope we can control the time by every panelist. So now, Karen, you should go first. The floor is yours. Yeah.
I'm going to talk today about property investment in the United Kingdom. And I've titled it Get Rich or Die Trying. So it's the good and bad of the UK property investment. If we look at at investment this year, what we can see is that for the first quarter, it was 11.6 billion pounds, which is the same as the long-term average that's as calculated since the first quarter of 2007. You can see that offices are still the most popular, and there's been more interest in high street shops, which is interesting because of what we've seen in e-tailing. When we look at net investment, disinvestment on the UK side, we can see that the UK institutions and the UK listed property companies sold net investment in May after being net disinvestors, whereas the UK private investor and the UK unlisted property companies were net disinvestors. Now let's look at the overseas side in terms of investment. For the first quarter this year, the overseas had 2.1 billion pounds worth of investment, which is the same as the long-term average. We can see that the Far East are the largest investors. The Middle East are declining because they have problems on their home front, and the US has been disinvesting. And for Amy's sake, I've also put in the Irish, and we can see that they've seen just a little bit of investment after 7.5 years of disinvestment in the UK. If we look at yields, overall yields have moved out, which is a good thing if you're going to be looking to buy. Yields are at 6.7%. Offices and high street shops yields also moved out. However, what came down was industrial to 6.5%, because really industrial is the logistics side, and that's the new. Oh, sorry. No, that's my sector. Because industrial is the new retail, and that's at 6.5%, and leisure yields have come down at 6.2%. If we look at the buy yield for all the different groups, what we can see is that they're moving out for most of the groups, except for the UK institutions. The overseas investors have the lowest buy yield, so beware, at 5.7%, whereas the UK private investors have the highest buy yield of 7.3%. Now, if we take a quick look at performance, last year it was 3.5%, and we can see over 10 years it's 4.2% for UK property. So not really great good figures. If we look to see about how the UK economy is doing, we can see the GDP, we're looking at 1.7% this year, going down to 1.4% next year, but we're going to start to see improvement by 2020. So we'll see a dip in some of the figures, but an improvement later on. If we look at UK forecasts, we can see over the next 5 years, the overall forecast for UK property is just under 5%. London offices aren't doing too well, but they will improve by 2019 on that. So basically, in summary, what we can say is that the UK real estate is past its growth cycle. Everybody's being quite hesitant because of what's happening with Brexit. There still is some demand from business and consumers, but what you really need to have is a defensive position, but I would start looking for the opportunities, but they're not there yet. And what we... And really, when you're investing in UK real estate, just know what you're getting into, because global and geopolitical events will start to dominate. Thank you.
Thank you, Terence. Thank you for your kind introduction of the investment situation in UK. The next panelist will be Ming-Chi.
you want to stand up because it's slightly better. Okay, it's a great honor to be on this panel, and again, trying to sort of capture what's happening in Europe in a few minutes is quite difficult. My colleague Martin pointed out that difficulties previously in the previous panel, but hopefully I can give you a little perspective as to what's happening in terms of commercial real estate investment in Europe and the current prospects. I think the positives is we're looking at growth in the European Union in general, and it's the first time really since 2011 that the European Union has looked as positive uniformly in terms of growth. Excluding the UK, but Karen has given you some insights into the UK. I think one of the sort of big positives is a shift in economic sentiment, and also it's beginning to translate into increases in European investment volumes in 2017. And I'll come to talk a little bit about Germany later, but Germany's a very, very good illustration of that at the moment. And to give you a bit of the history here in terms of commercial real estate investment volumes, the volumes, at least in the current cycle, peaked in 2015 at about 263 billion euros. Giving an idea of relative sizes, the UK is about pretty close to 80 billion of that in 2015. And this is a new record because it was higher than the previous peak in 2007. In fact, the market comes back a little bit in 2016 to 259 billion, which is identical to the previous peak in the market in 2007. And the UK is the interesting story here because we might have expected some correction, and we see that particularly in France and Germany, but the magnitude of the correction in the UK is quite significant because we're looking at a 37% decline in volumes in 2015. And one can speculate, 2016 compared to 2015, and one can speculate the impact of Brexit on that, because in comparison, the French market was down by about 8%, and the German market by about 6.5%. So you could sort of speculate the impact of Brexit on the UK. I said sentiment was positive, and I think that's quite important. We seem to be, go back. Sorry. Can we go to full screen, please? Yeah. We said sentiment was positive. We need to go back. Okay. Try and hold this. We seem to be having a slide that doesn't want to stay with us. But the point I'm making in the slide is that April 17 compared to April 16, we're looking at a very positive picture right across a range of European countries. I think it's fair to speculate that the April 17 positivity in terms of sentiment in the UK, post the results of the recent general election, probably won't be there, but it will be there for the rest of continental Europe. Although I look at the French market probably as a good illustration of the type of cycle European markets have been through in terms of investment. Again, the previous peak is 2007. We see the impact of the global financial crisis on investment volumes, and we see strong recovery from 2014 onwards. But realistically, a big market like France and Germany is very similar. We see the recovery really from 2010. It's interesting the way in terms of these commercial markets, the extent to which the investment volumes doesn't reflect GDP performance, because France in particular had very poor GDP performance between 2012 and 2016, yet the investment volumes are by and large positive, and it reflects the fact that particularly in Paris is very much an international real estate market. The numbers for Germany in comparison, as I said, looking at about investment volumes in 2016 were about 52 billion euros, which was a slight decline on the situation in 2015. We're looking at a fall of about 6.5%. The other sort of point I want to make about the German market, and this is true for a lot of the continental markets as compared to the UK, is residential is a very important investment sector. And again, you might think, oh, the German residential market has collapsed in 2016 from these numbers, but that reflects the fact that the volumes in 2015 in German residential portfolios were inordinately high, and it's probably closer to the norm in terms of the transaction volumes for 2016. The other thing about Europe, it tends to be very cross-border, lots of cross-border investment. Germany is a good illustration of this. Basically the cross-border situation, again, if I can go back to the slide, the cross-border situation is interesting because again we see cross-border transactions falling dramatically post the global financial crisis and then recovering. I put the German illustration in because it's pretty typical for some of the other markets as well. Cross-border in some markets, particularly Central and Eastern Europe, will be maybe 90% of investment volumes, reflecting the very small domestic investment sectors in those markets. But in Spain, there's another contrast, because Spain is one of what we call the crisis markets in Europe. Spain went through an amazing residential property boom, which has got huge implications for its banking sector. Its banking sector had to get a €100 billion bailout from the European Union. And with that, we've also had what we call a bad bank, which is put together all the toxic property assets into one entity and is working those through the marketplace. And when we look at markets like Spain, and indeed Ireland fits this pattern very well, the turning points are much later in these markets, but the recovery has been very strong. And indeed Spain reports a turnover of about €14 billion in 2016, which is the highest ever for its commercial real estate investment market. This is the overall picture, and again, I think I've just included this to give you an overview of the fact that, another slide that doesn't want to stay with us today, to give you an overview of the fact that Europe is very much in positive territory in recent years, and again to the relative magnitudes and relative importance of the UK, German, French markets relative to the total volumes in Europe. When we move on to yields, we see a lot of yield compression. Some uniformity in pricing, and again we have a little problem with the, we could go to slide number 9, please. Okay, if we had time to look at this slide, it's not going to move on, it's not going to move on this time. Basically, we see some interesting patterns in terms of the yield compression, and we see new markets this time compared to the previous cycle, which have been very attractive to investors, particularly some of the German markets, particularly markets like Berlin, which previously didn't really figure very highly on the previous cycle. And that reflects the fact that Berlin, in particular, has reinvented itself as a key hub for ICT investment in Europe and startups. The snapshot for 2017, this is Q1 2017. Basically what we're looking at is still declines in the UK, although London is still doing very well in comparison. We see a very buoyant German market, up by 49% in volumes compared to Q1 2016. And again, in terms of the other markets, largely positive except for France and the Netherlands. But France and the Netherlands both had elections pending in Q1 2017, and I think that's impacted on those markets, and certainly the French market appears to be rebounding quite quickly in the context of Q2. So some parting comments on this in terms of trying to give you a flavour of what's happening in real estate investment in Europe. I think the positives have been the elections, the French and Dutch elections, have stemmed the tide of populism. And it's interesting the way in Q1, both the Dutch and French markets were in negative territory in terms of overall investment volumes, but we expect both of those to come back in terms of Q2. German election is likely to reinforce that trend, and indeed, it's probably also reflected in the Q2 investment figures which came out for Germany this morning, which suggests that compared to the first half year last year, investment volumes in commercial real estate in Germany are 50% up. And certainly the German election and the lack of risk, at least perceived risk associated with that, is having very little impact on the real estate market. I think the one positive, this is interesting, I think how things have shifted very quickly, particularly in the last 3 months in Europe. I think the negatives of Brexit, and apologies to any Americans, Trump being perceived as a negative, I think have improved the focus of the European Union. I think it's certainly got a renewed
of purpose, and indeed a mandate for necessary reform. I think in many ways you can take the positive out of the negatives in terms of those wider events. The negatives, well, Brexit is still with us. Italy is, well, the Italian banking system has got some issues. There'll be a general election in Italy due next year, and that might have implications if populism is still part of the European political scene. And again, we're looking at the wider risks in the global economy and the wider set of factors which are impacting real estate markets globally in terms of how we use and don't use real estate going forward. So again, thank you very much, and that's a very quick overview of Europe.
Thank you for your very detailed introduction for the real estate market situation in Europe. The next panelist is Mr. Rolet. He's going to talk about the real estate market situation in the United States. So Steve, you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate you all being here. I'm covering what's happening in the U.S. regarding foreign investment, something global, and also raise some strategic questions. For those of you who heard Professor Schiller's comments earlier, you may recall one of the books he had up on the screen was Fishing, P-H-I-S-H-I-N-G, not like fishing in the sea for like what you're eating, but fishing and so forth, which basically is how to put a deal over on someone else. And in that regard, I'll give you a sort of preview where I'm going to end up with, is the retail agents, when it comes to overseas, are master fishers. People pitching retail today are master fishers in terms of capital allocation. I'll sort of get to that. And in terms of looking, and I'm also going to talk about a couple strategy points which I think are important to be considering, because there's actually, as Bart and I were talking at once a little bit. In my view, many people engaged in international real estate investing, if I were to write the text how to do it, they're doing exactly the wrong way. And it reminds me of time, some years ago, as part of our advisory, we were lead advisors to the largest pension fund, public pension fund, CalPERS, California Public Employees Retirement System. And as part of that work, we had persuaded the board to approve a mandate to invest internationally, which at the time for the United States was a very radical idea. And there was an approval to invest $500 million out of a $100 billion plus portfolio at that time. And what you find is if you're an advisor to a large investor, all of a sudden you are many people's best friend. And so one of the managers that came by and was pitching this deal, he said, we have this fabulous retail center. It's in center England, right off M1, great location, great tenants and so forth, and we can tie it up and buy this property from CalPERS for $450 million. And I said, well, that's interesting. But we have an allocation for $500 million, and if we're going to invest in the United Kingdom, which I think we should, I'd like to own more than one property type. And I'd like to own more than one property of that property type. And how can I do that with just $50 million left if we buy $250 million in your particular deal? And then what about all the other countries? Like you heard Martin's comment before lunch about 44 plus 4 European countries, Latin America, Africa, all of Asia. The thing didn't compute. And so that's a point we'll get into a bit. Now, I'm going to take you through some historic data, preferences and attitudes about how people are looking going forward. And I want to qualify, not included in this are the individual investments which tend particularly out of Asian countries and some of the Middle Eastern money and the, say, elite, very wealthy are going into single-family properties, which are driving those to record heights. So that's something to keep track. Now, a couple strategy points or strategic questions. One, we want to consider how do we actually define real estate investment? My thesis is the majority of people are far, far too narrow in how they think about real estate investment really involved. Secondly, what are the different ways you can implement that? What about the rationale of direct investing as compared to other approaches? And then once you're doing, how are you going about implementing that? So we'll talk about some historic patterns, industrial attitudes. Historically, if we look at the investment in the United States over the last 15 years, 2001 to 2016, approximately $500 billion, $500 million that have invested in the United States. Significantly, a third of that money has come in the last 2 years. So there's been a growing momentum and increase in terms of money coming in. The highest year until the last 2 years was 2008 at $70 billion. 2015 was $95 billion. 2016 was $64 billion. So we're seeing some substantial numbers, but a growing momentum in recent times. In terms of property types, we see office dominant, followed by apartments and retail and the like. Sources in order: Europe, Canada, Middle East, and Asia Pacific. Now, if you look at 2016 transactions, it's quite interesting. And one item that comes out of the data, and I have to say I've not had the opportunity to check this out, but I get numbers that seem too bizarre rather than just accept them and understand where I'm going, is that if we look at the total capital coming out of Asia last year, it was in the order close to well over $500 million. The major amount of that came in development sites. And in the earlier panel, we heard comment about all this competition for land. And so that's really distorting the capital element. So we're seeing that's an interesting phenomenon. Significantly, if you look at combined, basically Europe and the Middle East and Africa and Asia, if you include that development site, big transaction element, that's about 2/3 of the global capital flows, with the Americas being about 1/3. If you strip the development out and just look at income property, just don't look at development. If you look just at the income property, it's about half and half, slightly more in the Americas versus the rest of the world. So that's sort of an overview on historic patterns and what's going on. Now, looking at the foreign investment attitudes in terms of how they're viewing the world, and the survey was interesting. They're talking about the biggest risk, and this survey was done right before the election. So, we don't have the data with me. 84% said the Trump election would be terribly negative for real estate. Then we've had the Trump bump, and there's a debate: is the Trump bump preceding the Trump dump? And how is all that going to be working out? So you have that kind of conflict going. Now, in terms of the perception of Brexit exit impacts themselves, and we talked about, and Karen alluded to a little bit, in terms of that, as far as impacts in different places, I'll take you through. In the U.S., people thought it would be negative 3%, 52% positive. UK, negative 81%, 14% positive. Germany, 17% negative, 62% positive. Other Europe, 25% negative, 45% positive. And Latin America, sort of minor numbers. So that was coming out of there. Now, looking ahead to the attitudes generally in terms of about investing in the U.S. For foreign investors. In 2014, 2% were pessimistic about what they saw coming to the U.S., 8% pessimistic in 2015, now 32% pessimistic in 2016. So there's a climbing wall of worry from the stock markets about sort of what it looks like to be investing. And optimistic was 29% in 2014, 8% in 2015, down to 7%. So it's growing pessimism, declining optimism in terms of investors' outlook. On the stability side, so looking at what markets would foreign investors favor if they were seeking stability. Investors looking at what markets around the country in terms of sources, because they're looking at that. U.S. was favored a positive 60%, Germany 19%, Canada 7%, Australia 4%, UK 3%. These numbers contrast to where they were back 7 years ago in 2013. UK instead of being 3 was in 10%, Australia slightly lower, Canada about the same, Germany was down 10%, US at 67%. So there's some movements around. Various papers that have been presented last, particularly yesterday, I heard someone talk about anchoring effects, where people essentially take yesterday's attitudes and apply that to today, without having to look at some of the changes coming up. Now, as far as capital appreciation outlooks, people felt the U.S. was favored 14%, notwithstanding a lot of confidence in the country. Foreign investors have been pretty positive. I don't know to what degree that was residual real gains or not. That was not really discussed. And now, in terms of ranking of global cities, how are foreign investors, again, looking at these, New York was ranked first, Berlin second, London third, Los Angeles fourth, San Francisco fifth. And these compare where they were several years ago. New York was first again, Berlin was back at seventh, so Berlin has a big, strong move up as far as global preference. London was in second, Eamon was talking about London, some changes there. Los Angeles moved up to 10th, and San Francisco dropped to 3rd. We're seeing definitely softening in the San Francisco market, which where I have been based. Now, in terms of portfolio deployment plan, U.S. were decreasing by 4%, increasing by 66%. Europe decreased by 13, increased by 59. Canada, 22% decrease, 53% increase. Asia Pacific, 10% decrease. Big surge, 81% increase. So these are some of the elements there. As far as emerging markets, China, Mexico, Brazil, and Chile, and Now, how are we doing at time? So, 3 more minutes. How are we doing? All right. In terms of some of the strategy issues, fundamental question is direct investing was appropriate, effective, pervasive exposure to real estate. We have a model of real estate consists of 5 primary categories. Investment, which is what people mostly think of. Development, construction, everything around creating physical asset. Services, everything for fee. Corporate real estate. Few people understand that corporations own substantial real estate. Half of the equity of all corporations in aggregate is represented by real estate. And also, we think today, many companies, particularly large ones, are global, have revenue from all around the world. So if you're buying large corporations, you're buying exposure to real estate markets in many ways. And lots of the products of the companies have real estate elements. So in our view, the majority of people think about real estate are looking at the market very narrowly. Those 5 categories I told you about, if you cover companies, 15,000 companies, $6-7 trillion market cap. So a very substantial aspect of real estate we not have been appreciated and exposed to. In terms of the investment, recall the story I told you at the beginning, or the customer colleagues, the narrative that used the Dr. Silver's comments. The narrative about $500 million to invest, global diversification by one company, $450 million. I have a view that the vast majority of investors have no business investing directly overseas. They have an inherent competitive disadvantage. They're not going to know what insiders have done. When we hear JLL, Jack Gordon, a friend of mine, JLL's talking about the foolishness, parachuting and thinking you can be global. If you don't have substantial installed expertise in this, you have no business doing that. Most foreign investors, I think, they favor direct investment because that gives them an opportunity to travel internationally and spend property. Just contrast with having really understood the almost trade. It cannot be adequately diversified investing directly. So what happens is you do not get enough exposure to the market. You're way too concentrated in keeping positions. You don't have opportunity to participate in what might be the upside. And as Mark and I were talking over lunch, you're exposed to substantial uncompensated risk. Risk is uncompensated not because people knew they had some risk and miscalculated how they evaluated it. They didn't even know they had risk. So fundamentally, I have real estate investment internationally. Thinking that, as I said, we have a very, very strong position. If you're going to invest internationally, you should be investing in private securities and private securities. So there are many, many options there. Exciting things we can see happening in the whole crowdfunding space. One concluding comment I'll make is we see some very interesting opportunities in the prop tech, new technology innovation space. I should be my major my business lines of investing, working in that area. And it's a broadly clear context in that regard. If I look back at my involvement over several decades in terms of some of the things we've done well, it's being right, being early on, being right on some big issues. First, the securitization and institutionalization, place choice globalization, and prop tech, I think is a very important area to tremendous opportunities and an important hedge against traditional straightforward real estate. I'm looking forward to seeing what our panelists have to say these topics.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity, and especially in the midst of all these outstanding panelists, and it's also my honor sitting beside Professor Lin. When I first started to do real estate research many years ago, obviously, at that time I had no clue. So somehow I know that Professor Lin has a report on the Taiwan market. So at that time email wasn't working very well. So I wrote to him, and he actually sent me the whole report, like as big as a book, and didn't charge me a cent. So thank you very much for that. Okay, so this kind of joint work with Edward, a whole series of papers. So you can find some of them in here. So now some of you may not read Chinese, but probably you see the word IMF. So this is 2016. At that time, IMF has a warning that U.S. will be in the process of normalize the interest rate, and then therefore Hong Kong housing market can crash and so on. But U.S. has started to increase interest rate, but we have not crashed. I also want to point out that Hong Kong obviously is not the only country or only place that have high house price. So CNN also report that Taipei has some issues. So I think we heard about this morning. One thing I want to highlight is that in Hong Kong, like about 1/3 of the population living in public rental housing. Some of you already know, but some of you may not realize that. And then around 15% is subsidized ownership. Now, this has some implication when we want to calculate those affordability index. Because for many countries or many cities, there's no such thing as, or very small scale of public rental housing. Now, if you are living in public rental housing, the rent is decoupled from the market, and then and Hong Kong doesn't have the means test scheme in terms of public rental housing. That means, when before you enter the public rental housing, your income needs to be below certain threshold. But once you enter in, it's only in recent years the government will check. But even if your income has increased substantially, what you need to do is just pay double rent. And I was informed that even when you pay double rent, it's still cheaper than the market rent. So therefore, a lot of these kind of affordability index, when you read those numbers from international media, I think it probably works for many countries. For Hong Kong, may not be very realistic, because when you think about the income, like 1/3 of the population cut off on the whole thing. So the number may be not very realistic. And then, so this, let me skip a few things. So this is about the population densities. This from the CIA fact book. I think we have some colleagues from Macau. You notice that Macau is very high, but if you compare, Hong Kong, according to this graph, Singapore and Hong Kong are also very high. And when you compare, go down the list, is way higher than many other countries. So I think when we say Hong Kong has a bubble or very crazy house price, that's probably true. On the other hand, it's also true that the population density may not be what we think of other countries. So this is the real house price in Hong Kong. So you can see that in the recent year there's some correction, but it's not as crazy as you think. I guess part of the reason is the transaction tax. Thanks to the chief executive just recently stepped down. The executive is like the mayor of Hong Kong, coined by Beijing. So he introduced different kinds of transaction tax. I want to emphasize this is transaction tax, not capital gains tax. That means even if you realize a capital loss, you still need to pay the tax. So in that regard, it seems to me that big home is not likely and big bus is not likely either. Because if you think about, unless you're really liquidity constrained, because if you are going to lose 15% of your house value through tax, it doesn't seem to be a very good way to do all those things. So this the kind of house price to wage ratio. So it's very clear that Hong Kong is not very affordable. But again, because we think about that 1/3 of the population is sheltered by the public rental housing, and then another 15 under the umbrella of the subsidized ownership. So these numbers may be still be tolerable. So this about the kind of different house real estate pricing. So you can see that the really crazy part is the green thing, which is the retail. So thanks to all these, we have many ladies in this room, so I think the gentleman would know because you need to pay the bill. So all these luxurious bags, luxurious shoes, and so on. So you can see that relatively housing, relative to office or relative to factory is not that crazy. So this one thing I want to highlight in the this is the rent to price ratio, so the yield actually goes down a lot. Then there's one thing. I think it's the vacancy rate. I think earlier we talked about vacancy rate, price, and so on. So you notice that the vacancy rate for a small size of housing, I cannot use the font. So it's not that high. So the major high vacancy rate is in the so-called Class E. So in Hong Kong the housing is classified according to size. So Class D means you have about 100 square meters to 160 square meters, and then Class E means you're bigger than 160 square meters. So you can see that for things that for A, B, C means most people living in those housing units, the vacancy rate is 4% or below. So it doesn't seem to be a very likely event. So this and when you just focus compare different kinds of real estate, the vacancy rate is not that high either. Now earlier, before lunch, Martin and Bob talked about the political risk, and I think this is the way I interpreted this. I don't know if this is correct. So I guess under democracy, it's almost like you have a prediction market for policy change. So you know that party A will support certain policy, party B will support another policy, and then when you look at the pool about which party will win, you are almost like predicting what policy will be in demand in the future. Now, when you don't have democracy like Hong Kong, it just means that the political risk is, I don't know if it's higher, but at least it's not as transparent as you would have under democracy. So I think this is one thing. If you are an international investor, that's something you want to be careful about Hong Kong. I think in Hong Kong there are two things that you need to be careful about the political risk. One is about the scale of public housing. So you probably know that a few months ago Hong Kong has a quote-unquote a quasi or pseudo election of the chief executive, and I think in the process that has been brought out is that given that we have globalization, all these inequality issues, Bob talked about, do we need to expand the scale of public rental housing? Now, if the government expands the public rental housing, it means that the demand for private housing might change. And so if you are an international investor, you might want to think about it. Now, because we don't have democracy, we actually don't know how much or what direction the thing The second thing that you might want to think about is about the land use. Now, we have mentioned that Hong Kong has a very high population density, but if you look at how much land we actually use for housing, it's probably more scary. So you see a lot of green things. So in that sense, Hong Kong is very green, and part of the reason is because of the geography. A lot of places are kind of cliff, and it's certified to be unsuitable for any building. So that's one thing. But recently there has been a policy discussion, which is that Hong Kong has many parks, public parks. Should we convert those public parks to be land for development? This is, of course, you can imagine, that it's very controversial and people debate about it. But that's another political risk, following the line of Martin is, this is something we don't know. We don't know how much the government or how aggressive they will do it, at what pace. So for international investors, you may want to pay attention to that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you for your introduction about the real estate market situation in Hong Kong, especially when talking about the political risk. Yeah. Okay, our finalist will be Mr. Tong Zhao. He's going to talk about the real estate market in Taiwan. Yes, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Professor Ming. And it's really my honor to be here and all the panelists. Originally, I thought I'm just one of the panelists to comment on the main speakers. Unfortunately, I still prepared some slides to talk about the capital flow and also the investment market in Taiwan. And thank you, Charles, for mentioning Taipei has the same issue as Hong Kong. Actually, the high real estate price is only in Taipei. Like you guys just visited Taichung, it's a lovely city, and the real estate price is very, very low. Honestly speaking, actually Taiwan, most of the Taiwan cities are undervalued. But why Taipei City, the real estate price is so high? The deputy finance director general is there. And he is also the #1 appraiser in Taiwan. And really attractive. But actually, because Taipei, the city area is only 272 square kilometers. It's even less than Hong Kong. Hong Kong is 1,000 square kilometers, and half of the Taipei city jurisdiction is mountain, Yangmingshan. So, actually the city area is also very small. Also, we are going to talk about some session about urban renewal, about the government social housing. Those are the kind of things we should be looking at. But to look at Taiwan, we really welcome you to join the session. But also the Taiwan issue is not the high price. It's how to pump up the economy. Like Professor Lin used to be the right? That's how to face the current situation that Taiwan and China is kind of a frozen relationship. And we can see Chinese, I know lots of people are from China. The market is growing so fast. But how is Taiwan going? My office is in Taiwan 101. This is the aerial look at the Taipei city. You can see all the buildings are quite low and old. I know one developer from China, he named Gong Lun. He asked me, Tony, why Taipei city is so old and lots of the buildings, are so low? I told him, because Taiwan is a more advanced country. We developed all the housing 30 years ago. But it's really, you can see the city are all congested. But to meet with the topic, we're talking about capital flow. I would like to start with just 10 minutes, right? start with our research, JL research globally. We can see in year 2016, last year, the total global commercial real estate transaction is about 200. I think we could probably have a similar statistic, about 650 billion US dollar. And you can see the flow, actually the world is flat. And Taipei, I did not prepare the slide, but I can talk to you. Taipei, the total transaction last year is about 3 billion US dollar. It's not that big, but not too small. It's ranked about 30th in the world. Okay, this statistics from our JCL 220 offices. And most of these transactions goes to New York and London. London has been kind of one of the biggest transaction city in the world for many years. Until last year, not because of Trump to become the president, because the ex-EU issue and some, but still lots of Taiwanese capitals are going to UK. I can mention that later. And we can see, if we look at cross-border, most of the capital are still from the States. But we can also see Chinese capital has become the #2 in the world. And every country welcome Chinese capital invest in real estate, except Taiwan. Yeah, because some political reason. But we are right next to the biggest market in the world. But that's the situation. But we can also see from the session this morning, there are lots of capital. We talk about negative interest probably in the future. And for the real estate cap rate, it's also decreasing dramatically in the past years. That's the global trend. But Karen, you mentioned about your yield still have about 6.5, and now global average maybe 4.7. But if you look at Taipei, the Taipei yield, we finally become the world's #1. We have the lowest cap rate in the world. The gross yield for Taipei office is only about 2.5. That's gross, that's not net. And the second lowest is Hong Kong, Charles. We beat you. But I didn't put the figure into our JL global research because I want Taipei to be the world #1 because of this. But actually, so you can see there are plenty of capital in Taiwan, in Taipei. But how to pump up the economy, how to leverage, how to utilize the capital in private sector, that's the government's main issue. And we all understand the Taipei real estate price has been very high since year 2003, after SARS. The housing price in Taipei raised about 3 to 4 times. But if you look at the office rental, in year 2000, the office rental per ping in Taipei Class A building is about 3,000 NT per ping. But now, it's still 15% below that 2,000. Just let you understand the figure. So commercial real estate, actually, there's no problem. Nobody will lease the office building because they are rich. But that's the reality. Because of the growth of China, and also, the consistent, just organic growth of the local commercial demand. So, I cannot say too much. When we talk about the take-up in Taipei, is every year. Originally, Taipei has been ranked as one of the 4 dragons in Asia, 亚洲四小龙. But nowadays, if we compare the office take-up every year, it's really a shame. So, like Beijing, every year the market take-up probably will be 10 to 20 times of Taipei. The average take-up for take-up means the demand for Taipei office building, about 6,000 square meter square meter, and Beijing probably 10 times of that. But we still have very good quality. And talking about the financial center, the Taipei, the Hong Kong IFC office rental is the highest in the world. And we also have the IFC in Taipei, the Taipei 101. That's also international financial center. But you can see the rental is only 1/6 of Hong Kong. And also, when they start to lease for Hong Kong IFC back to year 2003, the rental at that time was similar to Taipei 101, 3,000 per day. The first tenant I remember was Merrill Lynch. In 10 years, the rental increased about 6 times. Lots of the reason, I think professors knows better than us. Lots of Chinese capital and also Chinese tourists. Taipei still have lots of opportunities. You can see lots of the money in the insurance company. We have the last statistic shows 4.6 trillion NT dollars from insurance company available for real estate investment. But they can only look for, because of still lots of policy constraints. There's a government some constraint on the minimum investment return. So they can only, there are limited real estate property for choose. Sometimes they invest in the company debt, like the Taiwan plastic company debt. 台塑的公司债只有 1.5%, just 1.5%. So it's a waste of the capital. But do you know the capital of the insurance company, are they owned by those shareholders? No. The insurance company's money is our money. So how to utilize the money into the infrastructure or the real estate development, that's very important. And for commercial building, as I mentioned, it's really undervalued. But there are still lots of investment opportunity, really good opportunity, maybe in lifetime. And Karen, you can also look at this one. This is we call Taipei Twin Tower, right next to Taipei train station. It's so great because it's marketed by Zhongshan Nasdaq. Just kidding. That's the best location. My Hong Kong managing director come to Taiwan and said, if this site is in Hong Kong, people will fight to death to acquire this piece of land. But in Taiwan, the public tender by the government has been failed 5 times. No case. And the price is a steal. And so it's right next to the Taipei train station, Taiwan high-speed rail train, Taipei train station, the Air Express, just under, and also local MRT. It's very, very good location. But because it's under our Zhongshan self-promotion, and also we make it all very transparent and fair. Currently, there are quite some investors are interested in this project to be released early next year. And I also want to mention about the other opportunities, the cross-trade relationship and the cooperation. This project is in what we call Baguasan. Baguasan in Chinese means there are 8 developers died bankrupt in this project. But there's a Chinese capital. I work with them together. That's the Chinese developer work after 60 years with Taiwanese developer and sold the property to Chinese. 70% of the property is sold to Chinese. So they are not here for residing in Taipei. They are here for residential. The place is kind of distant from Taipei City area, not for good local people, but really for good Chinese people. So Mr. Yo, they are not buying, they are not speculating Taiwan property. They are actually for resort purposes. And actually for Chinese capital, there are still lots of constraints. which I think is nonsense, but actually there are only 400 units per year for Chinese capital to buy in Taiwan. It won't be as Hong Kong. If it's Hong Kong, then the price will go up. The price went up for Taipei housing price, not because of Chinese capital. It's because of Taiwanese, Taiwanese businessmen back from China. They are limited, still limited. So this is, what I mentioned is actually if we open the policy, not speculation, we can lead the capital and Taiwanese capital to southern Taiwan. What I mentioned about, we also talk about aging population. Actually, our next project will be also targeting at kind of the Chinese tourism, senior tourism, and senior housing. Sometimes in the past, they look at Canada, look at the States. But compared to Taiwan, and also southern Taiwan, the climate is very, very good. So that will be another area for Taipei. Also, Taiwan has one of the best medical services in the world. The people are very, very friendly. I think you can feel our tailors, young tailors here as well. 84% are college graduates. Can you imagine that? And lots of Chinese tourism, they said the most beautiful scenery in Taiwan is people. People, they are very kind, not because they are beautiful, but they are very, very, very lovely and highly trustful and ethical. But I'm paid to say the salary is really too low. We're talking about 22K per month NT. That's about only 5,000 RMB per month. About how much US dollar? $700 per month for a young graduate. It's a really a pity. And as a managing director of China myself, we really want to keep our tailors, but there are really lots of opportunities in China, so we are also losing tailors. But I still think there are still quite a lot of opportunity for Taiwan. And actually, from the background I mentioned about the real estate price, other than Taipei, actually is undervalued. And the quality of the environment, the quality of the people, and also the decent environment, we still think there will be lots of area for tourism development, for senior housing development, and also with the emerging rail-related development. I also talked to the news yesterday. The other real estate star would be 轨道经济, rail-related real estate, either in Taipei, Taichung, or Kaohsiung. I don't know if the mayor this morning mentioned about there's a MRT undergoing in Taichung, and there will be some real estate next to the train station. Those are all good, very good projects we can look at. I think the time is up. Thank you. Taiwan is kind of the safe haven for real estate investment. That's a brief introduction for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction about our situation. I agree with you that we still have a lot of problems in Taiwan, but we still have a big hope for Taiwan. Okay. All right. So we still have 1 more minute to go. I'm glad that we will keep our time. So I think we could have a few minutes for floor discussion. Probably some of you have a few questions you'd like to discuss with our panelists. I'd like to invite 1 or 2 people asking questions here. Yeah, Taiwan should be the #1 place.
The last speaker, I really like your presentation. Especially the last information, and you said Taiwan only allowed 400 units to be purchased by the people from mainland China. Does the policy also apply to the people people from Western, from European, other European, who just apply to the people of mainland China is quite political sensitive, I think.
Yes, you are definitely right. It only apply to people from China. For
discrimination.
Yes, it's really discrimination. I hate that kind of policy. So I'm hosting a forum by end of this month to talk to some high government. Also, tomorrow you can also talk to the Deputy Minister of Interior. But for this kind of issue, I think, we hate to say, actually all people in Taiwan are very close and friendly with Chinese people. But it's just it's a fake issue. Union or independent, that's not an issue. If we get rid of that, we look at the reality, there are lots of pop-up, there are lots of drive from China, and Taiwan provides one of the best quality of life in the world, and even for tourism. If you go to the scenery area in China during the hot season, everybody crowd. But in Taiwan, you can enjoy it very safe. So you are definitely right. And also, we want to hopefully can break some, but it's really difficult. What I mentioned is the policy has been kind of a very political policy, and there's a misunderstanding that the high price of Taipei residential is because of Chinese capital. That's totally wrong. Totally wrong. The only project that sold to Chinese people is the Bentong, the Baguazhai project. That was the first one, and it was the last one. And there's another threshold policy, 400 units per year. What does that mean? Every year in Taiwan, there's a total transaction now it's less, 500,000 transactions. It's only 400 for Chinese people. And there's another regulation is for each project, out of the 400, for each project there can be only 10% of the residents from China. Which means if you have the project is for 100 people, but all from China, it's not allowed. They want to make them separate. It's really nonsense. So yes, I agree with you. There are lots of policy constraints, but in other ways, it also means Taiwan there will be lots of area for investment potential. But we are not looking for real estate speculation. We still look for there will be lots of tourism or lots of kind of healthcare, and also the service sector. There will be lots of interaction with China. We'll see. But I think this is good. 国防卫主委 is here, and 副局长在那边，对不对？可以帮我们。
Okay, so glad to hear because it happened to that for this policy that this young lady mentioned about that the restriction that maybe some limit for the purchase of real estate from China. Because it happened to me that 7 years ago I served for the Section 2 of Land Right Section of Land Department on the Ministry of Interior. Even though currently I work for a Department of Finance under the Taipei City government, and I'm Deputy Commissioner, Ming-Chi. I just wanted to say because according to our land law, Article 18, we have a policy of reciprocal, which means that mutually, it's bilaterally beneficial. Which means that if Taiwanese people could buy the property in your country, then the national foreign country could also buy property in Taiwan. It's a reciprocal policy that we hold to all the foreigners. But in terms of the people from China, different case. And even though that for Taiwanese people could not buy property on ownership, which means that we can only hold the ground lease, maybe for 40 years or 70 years in mainland China. But if people from mainland China, they want to buy property in Taiwan for the ownership, that's okay. But even though we open people from mainland China to buy property, but we still have some limit that our manager Chow mentioned about. But I'm not the right person to talk about because currently I'm not served this section for Ministry of Interior. But I believe that we see a feedback that maybe Ministry of Interior will try to rethink the policy in the future.
Okay.
The topic of this joint panel is Smart City and Old Town Revitalization, and this panel is sponsored by the City Government of Taichung. We are honored to have Dr. Yin Zhongqing, Professor at the Department of Urban Planning at the National Cheng Kung University as a moderator. Please welcome Professor Qing.
谢谢大家 Thanks very welcome that everyone joined this forum. Also we have very limited time and we have more than 9 speakers we're going to have. They are wonderful speakers right here. So I have to limit all the speakers in 8 minutes for each one of you. 我想就是既然有现场翻译哈，我想就用中文讲哈。我们这个主题嘛是有关这个智慧城市跟旧城再生，讲这个城市跟人一样，它会出生，它也会长大，长大完之后它功能老旧了，就需要再更新更新完之后，这个城的人口再搬回到旧城去。我想这就是一个循环，这是一个循环。那我们这个主题讲就是循环之后的城市跟原来的城市会有什么差异？我们是不是应该让城市能够更加的智慧化，或者让城市保留原来的功能？那这是我们所要探讨的主题。那么去年在这个杭州，也是我们世界华人的这个会的时候，那时候我主持了一个叫做城市综合体的一个研讨会一个论坛。那这个论坛讲是说，在以后人的城市不是住在一个非常 outspreading 的、非常广外扩张的城市，而是把人往城市集中，把它形成一个所谓的城市综合体。那这种城市综合体呢，不会动，对，那就是像这个大家所知的这个6等物质修，它里面会有就业机能，也会有居住的机能，有休闲机能、交通机能，把所有机能全部集中在所谓 TOD 的这样一个概念往下。那么大陆执行就规模又更大了，像这种欧美产化。那这些东西都是现在城市发展趋势在茁壮当中，经济发展是最主要的目的在往下面。那我们谈的是这个城市一直往外发展，碰到的问题就是我们从昨天到今天所谈的住宅价格一直往上，那这个空屋率，还有这个住宅市场、房屋的贷款，这些都是我们所熟知的问题。所谓的3高，我们今天也都提到的，高房价、高空屋率，还有高的这个住宅自有率。那这些东西都是我们现在讨论的问题。往下一页。这就是我们现在所谓的 urban capital， 把都市资本在做更大 扩充跟累积，再往下练。那我们要思考，当我们都市重新再生的时候，我们会不会想说，我们现在房子空间消费太多了，我们只谈经济发展，再往下，这一直往下按就是最后我们所得到的东西，我们要想看看，我们这样的一个发展经济的背后所隐含的成本，可能是一种环境的机会成本。那这种环境机会成本，大家也可以分成2部分，一个部分是有关于这个左下角这个能源的消耗。我们是不是哪天墙壁电力插下去后，发现这个电贵得不得了？这是我们城市的最佳化、智慧化可能会改变。另外一个面向就是我们对环境怎么去保障这个环境的这种生物的多样性，这都是我们要思考的问题。在下一页，那这个我想这个东西是我们以后在思考这个都市发展很重要的几个重要的议题这个Smart 这个也是诺贝尔奖的这个化学奖得主，1996年，他提到以后我们都市会碰到几个大的问题可能没有按重要顺序但是他把能源放第一个，以后未来能源的消耗，用循环的能源或是用再生能源等这些东西，还有水、粮食、water energy food， 还有 environment impact、poverty、terrorism、disease、education、democracy， 还有我们人口，这些都是人口控制都是很重要的问题。那这些问题在最后一层都跟什么有关？跟urbanization有关。所以我想我们今天谈到的就是怎么样在这个再生的过程当中，让我们的生活，让我们城市能够更加的有效率。这个有效率不是只有经济效率，包括能源效率、环境效率。好，那我们现在是不是来介绍我们今天的几位与会的贵宾那最后一页，我们今天的报告的顺序我们请台中市政府这个萧景登这个顾问他是在咨询方面非常专业的这个专家来做介绍，然后有苏瑞碧东海大学建筑系的老师来就谈个案分析做点背景介绍。那请问是不是要请大家上来？那是不是我们请所有的贵宾包括语坛的黄敏修黄老师黄明工程顾问公司。And Lawrence Gold, please stand up on stage right here. And Professor 柯秋林从英国伦敦大学 UCL 以及北京大学冯长春冯教授，还有董继昌，曹董你到了吗？请上来。还有焦国安他是智慧城市公司的董事长，以及我们这个也是赞助这个会议的张进全张董事长那我们现在是不是就把握时间？不好意思，还是要控制每一位只有8分钟来，那8分钟我们是请那个萧景登萧老师。
顺那个会片各位与会的来宾还有与台人，大家好，好像用一点时间跟大家说明一下这个台中市在智慧城市上面的一些发展那么下一张，那刚刚也提到这个人口因为集中，然后土地的这个使用等等问题，所以新的这个都市化实际上很多问题，包括说这个交通的阻塞或者是灾防的一些预防、抢救，或者是这个公卫的议题，然后这个流行病的议题那么在这些遇到问题里面 ，IT 似乎是一个可以解决部分的提供部分的解答，但不会是完全的解答。但是我相信 IT 资讯科技或者这些创新服务是可以提供一部分的解答那这也是市长希望利用这个工具来回应他在这个都市的上面的一个愿景，就是一个便捷台中一个宜居的城市。下一页。那整个智慧城市根据一些国外的研究，像 Frost and Fowler 他就有把智慧城市分成8个面向，可能是智慧的能源、智慧的这个移动，或者是智慧的这个居住等等那么这些是靠着不同的科技去提供，可能是 IoT， 可能是machine learning AI， 可能是这个行动网络等等那在这个下一页，在这个状况之下，那么市长为了在台中推动这个智慧城市，他做了3个步骤。第一个就是 调整组织架构。目前的这个在台中市里面啊，将要成立一个数位治理局，然后以因应这些大的变化。第二个成立一个智慧营运的一个平台，把很多资讯结合在一起。第三个，实际去把一个在水门这个区域做一个智慧城市的这个范例。好，那在这个状况下，就是提到在推动智慧城市怎么样调整我们现在的组织，其中一个是成立一个数位治理局。过去资讯在很多城市里面都是属于资源性的角色，那资讯应该是在更进一步变成一个策略性的角色，所以在把过往的这个资讯中心升格为数位治理局。其次就是成立一个智慧城市推动委员会，由市长来召集，那中兴大学的廖玉老师也是共同召集的。下一页。好，那么提到一下这个水门这块地方啊，它在之前是一个机场，那市长在几年前，市长在2000年的时候，他还是一个关于这个都市发展，所以他跟当时的竞选总统陈总统建议说要把水门搬出去啊。那么从1944年，它是一个军用机场，到现在机场迁到那个迁到集权岗，整块地就是一个新的这个都市的再开发。那么在这块地跟整个台中市旧市区有很密切的关系，透过交通网路可以往北就到机场，往西可以到那个台中港，稍微往西南是到高铁站，然后往南就是到现在的这个旧的台中市，就是旧的台中车站。帮我按一下啊。那整块区域分成五大机能啊，包括说住宅区，这是生态的住宅区，也有商业区，也有文教区。那各式各样的这个建设，包含这个公园绿地，有水资源的处理，有这个整个转运中心，它还有一个图书馆等等啊。那在这样的架构之下，市长希望呈现3个目标：低碳、智慧跟创新。那在这3个目标下面，我们设立了8个面向去执行啊。那整个这个低碳的部分，包括用绿能，然后在这个主要的那个区域都布这个太阳能板。那交通的部分采用这个电车啊，这个低碳的运具。在智慧的部分，包含就是住宅的部分，让这个医疗的服务可以进到住宅里面。那么也在那边也有相当多的这个文化活动。那整个时程目前是2018年底之前会完成的，包括说地下停车场，包括说中央公园，那么这个水资源中心已经完成了，然后到后半年还有其他的这个东西进来。我想整体上就是希望把水南原来一个旧的机场，然后迁出去之后，整块地重新规划、重新运用，把 IT 的能量带到这个里面来，希望将来的这个住的人也好，或者是使用这个空间的人，可以享受智慧城市的一个发展。我想我的介绍先到这里。
好，谢谢。
好，那个主持人还有各位5位学者，大家好。我还是坐着讲好了。好， 基本上我今天是主要是市政府请我来，我先解释一下。我跟那个肖局长一样，我基本上还在东海大学教书，所以今天要跟大家分享的主要是我2012年在台中市的旧市区所进行的一些有关旧城的一些改造的事情哦。对，那当然旧城也是理事长非常重视的。那理事长其实他甚至在竞选的时候强调，不能就中区，不能当市长，所以其实这是一个跟之前的市长完全不一样的一个我觉得很棒的一个政策的态度。那台中的旧城，其实各位可能前几天应该有去参观过，它是100年前就已经形成的。当然在这日本人规划之前，有Ming-Chi甚至在这盖过省城哦，对，然后甚至它主要的是由铁路发展起来的一个旧的城区。那这个城区它是由铁路发展起来，所以早期的这个中贯铁路的通车其实是在这边。好，那这个城区其实在大概从60年代开始就一直非常的繁荣所以以不动产来看，甚至有一些非常有趣的现象这是70年代出现的一些百货公司。那大概有非常多的百货公司，7、8间百货公司都是70年代出现的，甚至在当年可以看到投资16万，5年还你48万所以其实在70年代、80年代，它是一个非常经济最旺盛的一个地区，甚至全台湾地价最贵的一个地方。对，一坪土地将近1坪要台币300万。对，那可是经过了30年之后，它其实所以你看到的基本上都市计划还是一个商业区。对，那可是这个商业区，由于大概从80年代开始，整个台中市的发展呈现一个都市扩张就是以大众运以小汽车为主，特别是高速公路起来之后，整个从旧城区往外发散的这样一个都市扩张的发展现象。所以可以看到，比如说左下角这一张图，我们可以看到那个中间比较浅的，这其实是人口比较少的地方。对，然后深的是人口比较多的地方，所以等于说台中市是整个台湾都市里面都市扩张最严重的一个地方那也因为整个台湾的人口结构开始在做转变，所以我们可以看到比如说像这个内政部统计，台湾的人口出生率、死亡率已经慢慢接近了。那所以很快的看一下这个人口金字塔，台湾的人口金字塔已经到了一个非常严重的一个倒三角形的一个阶段所以为什么要来谈旧城再生？其实是有它的一个时代的一个意义。对，那因为你看到的，我们在2012年进入到旧市区的时候，这里面的所有的房子都是空的。对，从小的这个店铺、中型的戏院到百货公司都是空的对，那这个空洞化的现象其实非常严重。那当然这几年已经开始有一些企业慢慢进来，比如说你们前几天去参观过的公园科。公园科大概在2012年在旧市区开始出现，那某种程度它也是一个象征，等于说刚刚我提到的那个1年投资16万，4年还你48万的那个阶段，价格的阶段开始转向变成一个价值的时代。对，等于说怎么利用这些空屋去创造新的价值。那这个部分其实也是台中旧市区的一个所谓的再生的时候，我们非常强调的。所以看到公园科开始带来的一些人潮，它是一个 renovation 的一个时代的一个象征所以可以看到它从第1号店，它又把这个同样的4条路附近的2号店把它给买了。对，然后在火车站附近出现了非常多这种老房子改建的一些类似像旅馆、设计旅馆，然后甚至有这个已经在全世界非常有名的这个红点文旅对。好，那所以在这样的一个背景之下，我们其实在6年前，2012年进驻到这个地方，然后开始从事一些有关抱歉来帮我按一下好不好？我只是要告诉大家，公园科它原先的那个诊所其实是离火车站非常近的，然后我们的中区再生基地也是在6年前在公园科附近成立对，它也是一个废墟的银行，然后把这个银行把它改造成一个社造的一个据点，对，然后因为我还是大学的老师，所以我利用这个空间让很多年轻人来这边办非常多的一些活动所以基本上我们对整个旧城再生的一个愿景，大概从 来进行介入。对，那这个愿景就是刚刚主持人有提到的，基本上它是一个紧凑城市。这个紧凑城市它是适合于未来高龄少子化的一个都市形态，甚至它也是一个适合于生态城市的一个发展。所以在林市长的新的政见勾勒出整个台中市未来发展以山海环线的这个每个车站周边的这个紧凑城市的发展。那我们在中区所做的基本上是一个等于说是先是一个示范的一个区域哦，对。那所以我们对这样的一个紧凑城市，基本上是用一种所谓的滤网城市的概念来思考这个议题哦，对。那所以等于说，因为旧市区的周边有一些大的开发，这其实也开始在兴起，所以从这些大的开发可以去形成一个更紧凑的这样的一个一个非常适合步行的区域。因为从火车站到市场800公尺，从市政中厅到公园600公尺，都是在一个步行距离。好，那所以时间的关系快到了，对，好，那个基本上我觉得我们等于说在利用这样的一个对于这个区域的这种区域再生的概念，我们重新去定义这些周边的一些区域的特色，对，然后也进行了一个所谓的，因为在这边很多私有地，那我们觉得所谓拆除重建的这种开发方式，在旧市区其实是有它的困难，所以我们反而是找到一些节点，这些节点怎么去进行活化，对，然后去做媒合的工作，对，所以在这个过程当中。其实也是参考了一些世界各国的一些案例哦，对，那透过一些节点啊，当然我们也希望期待这边未来有一个更自然的这种交通系统，对，那甚至它未来是一个立体化的一种绿色城市的这样一个概念哦，对，好，那所以在我们经过了一些调查之后，其实也跟市政府做了建议，大概也是希望有几个大的方向。那主要还是活化、绿化、法治化这样的一个方面等于说这些旧的房子空屋要怎么活化，然后绿网其实这些要怎么去进行去营造，这个部分其实也是市政府现在正在进行的。对，那市政府其实也是透过了目前绿川开改甚至在铁道的周边的这个就是抱歉，这个怎么去连接到周边的一个在旧城外围有一个绿带系统，然后甚至你看到的火车站周边的绿空的廊道的计划，这些都是目前市政府在推的。对，那透过这样的一个方式，然后可以把旧城的周边可以跟周边一些，比如说像目前这个大的南生人寿已经在干城地区做了这类开发，所以它可以把这些不同的节点的人潮去进行串联。那当然，我们也在这个过程当中，也是试着让更多的年轻人来进入到这个地方。对，那因为时间的关系，我就报告到这边。那不过基本上这个是我们在旧市区所做的一些工作。好，谢谢。
谢谢这个苏教授的报告城市都有它的核心，跟一个人的个性是一样，都有它的历史。好，那介绍完了台中市的这个新的城市智慧城区以及老旧城市的这种改造之外，我们现在接下来听这个黄敏修也是他也在学校有兼课，他是农业工程顾问公司最重要的支柱那农业工程做的是城市规划里面很重要，还有兼具实务跟理论的这样一个老师那我们就交给黄敏修老师。
好，那我的简报其实刚刚前面2位讲的，其实对台中市应该有一个蛮清楚的一个介绍那我陈老师给我的命题，当然我先从智慧城市在台湾推动的一些经验跟台中市目前的状况跟大家做一些报告。下一页。好，那其实简单的来讲就是台湾推动智慧城市的一些基本的结构性的内涵，是从整个国土的资讯系统开始建立。那包括到未来的整个这个城市的治理，还有自动讯科技在发展之后，其实它的过程目前越来越朝向整个全面的智慧化。那这个部分我就简单的带过。那比较重要的是说，现在其实已经很绵密的，包括我们 规划学界或者是规划的实务界，非常紧密的跟这个所谓智慧城市的这些相关的这个发展做一些结合。那所以呢，包括现在我们的国发会在推动的这个数位经济的部分就这个 Digi Plus 的部分，其实把很多的方案，那各位可以看到，包括智慧的城乡，包括创新的应用，包括的这个网络社会跟这个数位的基盘那这个都跟我们城市规划的一些database 会有很大的影响，不再是我们过去这个用很多的这个人力或者是很多的这个资源去做的一些实质的调查，那到最后可能只有一个数据，那现在走向这个大数据的整体的应用。那另外就是说，我们也在台中市现在也推动了很多的这个历史现场再生计划，我想这个苏老师大概也参与很多那比较重要的就是说，现在的参与里面，其实不是说我们就找个建筑师、找个设计师，大家就来开始设计、开始做，而是很重视所谓的这个帮我拿起来也好，很重视所谓的这个民众参与跟这个公共政策就是开放决策的部分我想这个部分是现在在台湾面临的一个很重要的问题，就是说大家的意见、大家的发表，不管是网络平台或者是公共场域的，其实都必须去整个被考虑那我想很多的这个包括台北市的 IOT 那台中市之前也有这个开放决策、开放预算的一些讨论，都把公民的参与当作城市治理的一个很重要，或者是城市发展规划的一个很重要的过程好，那再回到刚刚的，那所以说，其实最终的结果，包括了这些智慧城市的一些架构跟我们传统规划的一些技术之外，当然还是希望说朝向一个我们整个的这个基础建设能够做一个全面性的提升那各位如果说前几天就来到台湾，应该看到台湾的媒体针对这个所谓前瞻建设的部分有很多的争论。那其实从我们如果说比较仔细的去看过去台湾从50年代到现在整个的公共建设跟公共投资来看，其实这一块看起来还不是最大的一块。其实相对所有的公立所得 GDP 的一个比较，甚至在这个两蒋时代所投资的资源，其实是大于现在跟未来的一些估计的一些量。那所以我最后大概用这个波哥大的一个经验那这个波哥大的市长他过去曾经在整个这个波大哥伦比亚的这个首都的一个行政长官推动了很多的这个所谓的人本环境那现在他又回波当了市长他在这个1998到2001当市长，那现在又回波当市长。那其实他把很多的这个思维都带到我们真正的这个公民参与或者是规划的一些论述里面，尤其是大家如果说技术面发展了这么多的，包括智慧城市的一些技术，包括规划的一些技术跟一些理论跟实务，可是到底我们未来是不是能够真的为我们的下一代创造一个更快乐的一个环境其实是很值得大家再去思考，再回来看那所以呢，最后我也找到了一张台中市的旧地图那这个是以前美军为了攻打这个日据时代的台湾的时候所绘制的一个军用图那当时就把很多的重要建筑跟台中市的一个过去从清代的一个旧省城的一个样貌跟日据时代小京都的一个饕餮看出了过去台中市的一个旧市区的一个样貌。那我想简单的报告到这边，那基本上我是认为说，还是必须有一些硬体跟上所谓智慧城市的相关的建设，才能提升都市的机能。谢谢。
好，我们谢谢这个王总监的这个报告要都市再生或者更新不是只有政府的决策规划师，规划师的技术也在改变，引入智慧引入民众开放性的参与是非常重要的过程Now next I would like to invite Professor Lawrence from University of Bonn to give his insight about this topic. Lawrence.
Thank you very much for having me. This monitor is so big, I think I need to stand up to see what's going on, otherwise I cannot properly probably tell you what I wanted to talk about. So what I wanted to talk to you about is precisely the topic of how can cities become smart, and in particular to solve one of the big challenges, which is environmental quality in cities. So environmental problems are pervasive in many societies, and they strike cities particularly hard. Singapore is one example. Taipei has environmental problems, and this photo we took, Chen Fu, your secretary, Chen Fu and I took last Saturday when we climbed on Elephant Mountain, so this is us, it was pretty hard. The typical approach to solving environmental problems has been technology, has been to make resource consumption more efficient, resource production more efficient, but increasingly this has become difficult. So there has been a renewed interest in trying to see, can we maybe also use technology in a different way? Not to build more efficient devices, but to actually help individuals make better decisions. And so this is the idea behind the research that I briefly want to allude to you today. The idea is basically that in order to help individuals make better decisions, you need to give them information as they engage in the behavior, when they do it, and you have to give specific feedback. So this is what we try to do in a series of projects. And the idea, as I said, is to not to tell individuals what to do, not to tax them, to raise prices, but simply to make resource consumption more visible and see how far can we go by simply doing this. So let me talk briefly about two studies, both done actually in cities that aim to be smart cities. The first one is Zurich in Switzerland, where I cannot go through the entire list of collaborators, but because this is precisely an effort to use technology intelligently, we have collaborators from information systems, from engineering, but also from behavioral sciences. And what we do is we try to help people take shorter showers. Now you might say, a shower, no, how important could that be? Well, actually, a shower takes only 5 minutes, but in these 5 minutes you use roughly 7% of your daily energy use and roughly 30% of the water that you're going to use in the entire day. So showers are a big ticket item. Now what do? We simply give individuals feedback about how much water, how much energy they're using in a shower. So you see the device here, it's powered through the water flow, and it just shows you very accurately how much water you're using. So we did this in a randomized controlled trial, and we had 3 experimental conditions. Control group, they get a device, but no information. Then we had 2 conditions that you can see after an initial phase how much water they're actually using, and let's see how well that works. So this is the control group, they don't get any feedback, you see they use their water as usual. This is the group that gets feedback. In the first 10 showers they don't get any feedback. In shower 11 we turn on the display and you see a dramatic effect. So you see immediately they use about 20% less water, 20% less energy, and that's a big effect. That's roughly 1.2 kilowatt hours of energy that we can save right there. That's 3 to 6 times more than other interventions that have been done in this context. Now, let me also briefly show you what the experiment that we did in Singapore. So this is joint work with Chen Fu and other collaborators from the US, also collaborators from Zurich. And what we did in Singapore, we worked together with the Public Utilities Board. They made us cover the entire island to get a representative study. So you see, we have this map is Google Map. This is recent. We covered the entire city where we sampled participants throughout. And here are some happy participants with the devices installed. You can use this in Zurich, you can use this in Singapore, it works everywhere. And what we tested here was, in addition to just giving real-time feedback, we also tried to encourage households try to use less than X liters of water. And so we varied that goal, try keeping it, some households we can try keeping it below 10 liters, 15 liters, and so on and so on, to see can these kinds of goals, can they lead to an additional conservation effort by this individual. So what do we find? Now, same thing, control group, they do what they do. They don't get feedback, they use water. The real-time feedback group, again, in Singapore, just like in Switzerland, they use less water. But on top of that feedback effect, we see that when we also when we give households a conservation goal, it actually works even better. And so when we look at this in a little more detail, that when we look at the change in behavior over the course of the study, you see the control group drifts up a little bit. You've seen that before. The real-time group, they reduce. But the goal groups, and this is what's interesting, you see some of the goals, they actually work really well. And interestingly, it's not the easy goals, it's not the very hard goals, it's kind of the goals in the middle. So, this is just two examples of what we think, what can we do by combining smart city technologies with behavioral research to further resource conservation. And in fact, the study was so successful that next year Singapore is going to roll out 10,000 of these devices into newly built HDB households. So this is the public housing program in Singapore. So we will see on a much larger scale how well these technologies work. Okay, this is all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, for sharing with us your research about the real-time feedback control. And Lawrence is now visiting professor in the National University of Singapore. 接着下来，我们有请这个柯秋莲柯教授从英国伦敦大学来跟我们做一点他的关于这个议题的讲评。
我给大家简单的介绍一下英国在旧城改造的这方面的历史，可能还有很多经验教训值得我们学习和借鉴。因为只有8分钟，跟中央我谈两个题目，一个是旧城区的改造，一个是 Smart City。我可能第二个题目我就错过了。我主要是讲一下，给大家简述一下英国旧城改造的历史。它有很多经验和教训，有成功的例子，也有更多是失败的例子。这可能对我们会有很大的也是一种我们学习的这个一些经验和教训。英国旧城区的改造呢，是从第2次世界大战开始，经过了2次世界大战，英国多数的房屋都被毁坏。所以呢，当时呢，政府面临的一个最主要的任务呢，就是重建家园，并且在最快的短时间内给大家提供住房。最有效的办法呢，就是由政府来提供住房，由政府来建立低房租的这个住房。所以说呢，从战后一直到1970年这个时候，政府呢起了一个决定的作用。主要的房屋，大概英国在那个时候有80%的住房都是由政府来提供的，并且是以低廉的这个租金来租给英国市民的。这样的结果呢，有2个结果。第一个结果呢，就是说，由于低廉租，政府所收的这个房租不足以用来维护和维修这个住房。第二个呢，这样的给政府造成了巨大的这个财政开支，使英国政府呢感到很难以承担这个财政上的这个负担。撒切尔政府上台以后呢，撒切尔政府他采取了一个最主要的一个措施，就是私有化。他把其中的英国很大的一部分 由政府的这个房子卖给正在卖给这个私人，就是说，如果你现在住在政府的这个房子里头，你就有权购买这个房子，并且政府给提供很大的优惠，有的这个政府打的折扣甚至都达到50%或者75%以上。它最主要的目的就是把这些房子卖给现有的住户，以便呢取得资金回笼。政府用这些资金用来一部分用来维护就是一些很破旧的房子，同时呢也用来建立新的房子。在这个同时呢，英国有个政策变化，就是政府呢从主导的地位变成了起辅助性的这个作用，它让私人企业界来。所以从80年代开始，政府从主导的地位退进，由开发商来进行主导，进行旧城区的改造。在这个时候呢，英国有很多的旧城区进行了重新的改造。原来的很破旧的房子被推倒，原有的居民呢被移到郊外，在市中心呢有很多现代的商业网点被建立起来。这样的后果呢有2个后果。第一个呢，旧城区改造这个有限性。政府的目的呢是通过旧城区的改造来振兴当地的经济，降低犯罪率，提高当地的就业率。但是呢，这个效果其实是非常有限的。只有在城市市中心的那一块地方经济被振兴，可是，在离市中心很近的地方，大概5里外的地方，住着的居民呢，仍然是低收入的居民，房屋的质量也很差，犯罪率也很高。所以，这个政府的这个政策呢，效果确实是很有限的。第二个一个后果呢，就是在改造的过程当中，原有的居民，这些原有的居民呢，通常都是低收入的居民，被安置在很远的离市中心很远的地方，而新的居民呢是一些有职业的中产阶级，这样呢就给造成了社会隔离，进一步的加强这个社会的不平等，收入的不平等又进一步的加强，这个社会的这个紧张的空气呢也是变得很严重。在进入2000年以后呢，英国政府也在吸取这个教训，他们也在逐渐的在调整这个政策。在这个时候的旧城区改造呢、开发呢，不只是要注重的结果，它更看重的是一个可持续性、经济的发展、环境的保护、合理的设计以及提高当地居民的生活。为了解决这个不平等的这个现象呢，英国呢，它有一个法律的规定，一个是叫法律的规定呢，就是说，如果开发商必须把他所开发的这个房屋的这个数量的33%要交给当地政府作为低廉价的这个房租。这个后果呢，英国政府的这个目的呢，是来缩小的这个社会的不平等，使穷人和富人呢都共同居住在一个地方。但这样做的后果呢，是提高了开发商的这个成本，也增加了这个开发商的这个风险。再一个呢，政府的一个政策呢是要把民主的机制介绍到这个旧城区改造的过程当中，就是说要当地的居民要参与这个旧城区改造的这个计划。如果旧城区改造的计划得不到当地的这个居民的认可，那么这个计划也是不可以，也是实施不了的。这样做的其中的一个后果呢，就是说这个改造的项目变得越来越小，而且这个过程变得越来越长，所以就提高了投资者的他的这个风险就变得就提高了。 还有一个关于资金的旧城区改造的这个资金，它呢也是进行的叫 PPT 的，这是一种非常有效的这个方法。英国政府的原来的目的呢，就是说，政府每投资1块钱，希望企业界投资4块钱。但是由于刚才我所说的这个原因呢，政府一直没有取得这个目标。它最大的成果呢，就是说政府投资1块钱，企业界呢最多只投资2块钱。所以说，这就是目前英国这个旧城改造的这个例子。现在旧城区改造的这个进程应在进行，但是呢是进展的速度是非常慢的，成本在提高，风险也在提高。好，谢谢大家。
好，谢谢教授哈，他在长期在英国有很多的观察哈，也感谢提供这么多的旧城改造在英国的经验。那么接下来我们有2位来自国内大陆这边的这个城市规划以及不动产的专家哈。那首先第一位是冯长春冯教授，他是北京大学非常敬重这个老哥哈，来谈谈他的方面的经验。谢谢。好，欢迎。
尊敬的陈教授各位嘉宾各位朋友，大家下午好。我想和大家一块探讨的也是旧城有机更新或者叫可持续再生的一些我的研究的一些成果吧那么主要是想讲北京的。那么，在中国大陆，我们是对这个城市的，特别是老城区在80年代的时候，我们叫旧城改造，后来呢叫做城市更新了。那么到现在呢，我们说叫可持续或者叫这个再生就是说使得老城区呢不光是一个物质条件的改善，就是把这些建筑推倒重建，还有保护修复，还有它的一些，我说除了物质的以外，还有一些精神方面所以呢，我们说，也是旧城改造的或者旧城更新的目的呢，就是宜居宜业使得能够创造良好的生活环境使得这个老城的更具有活力、可持续发展能跟这个见雅各布斯在美国大城市的史于生的一书这个当中强调的就是多样性，文化的多样性，是吧？安全性、经济的可行性等等这些方面来考虑。所以我们在做这个时候呢，我们是强调呢，就是特别是这个，随着刚才陈教授刚才说的快速的城市化的过程当中特别是大陆这些大城市空间扩展的很快那我们现在呢发展的过程当中呢，强调这个叫存量发展，就 就是说增量呢要减少啊，所以比如大城市像上海提出的叫做，它的增量呢不增加了啊，增加是零增长，那么主要是向城市啊的更新过程当中来发展。像北京呢提出来叫这个减量发展啊，减量发展这叫负增长啊，负增长呢它不是不增长，那就是通过城乡的这个建设用地的统一的啊这种更新改造和挖掘啊，是促进城市的这个可持续的发展。所以我们提出了两个，一个是增量，一个是存量的发展。那我们在做这个这个城市更新或者再开发的过程当中，首先呢，我们是要对这个城市的可更新的这些土地或者空间呢，首先进行一个评价啊，我们把它叫做潜力评价啊。这张图呢，就是北京东城区的一张图，但是这个是老的东城区啊，现在的东城区呢，因为和这个宣武区合并了，那么比这个面积要大啊，这是一个现状的土地利用图。这个呢，就是我们评价的时候呢，把这个土地的，就是这个城市的空间呢，给它划分出哪些具有潜力可以进行改造啊，或者叫再生的这些空间。那么像这张图呢，就是这个蓝色的这个呢，就是在北京呢，它是老城区设置了一些文保区啊，文物保护的区域。那么这些呢，就是不能动的。那么这个浅黄色的呢，就是我们说新建起来的。你也不好再把它推倒重新再建啊。那么像这些橙黄色的呢，就是我们可以进行更新啊，或者再开发的利用啊，那么使得它再生的这些区域。那我们在评价的时候呢，首先是从它土地利用的强度啊，还有土地用的功能是不是可以转变功能再使用，那么还根据它的区位啊，主要的这些条件来进行分析。可以建立起来一个评价的一个指标体系，然后呢，我们用一个简单的这个公式呢，可能把它算出来每一个可开发区域它的潜力有多大。这是呢就把这个按照地块我们就可以把这个评价出来，然后把它分成了就是说潜力最大的区域较大的区域这样没有潜力的区域。然后我们可以来做我们的规划或者计划就是哪些地方可以先期进行更新那么哪些地方呢可能随着发展才能够更新所以这是一个。所以我们看这张图呢，就是可以看出来，最深的红颜色那就是说潜力最大我们在近期城市有需要更新的，我们就可以发展那么这个。紫色的浅紫色的就是也有潜力，但是它潜力比较小，我们可以往后期再去发展它。所以呢，这个是最近我们做的这个北京呢要建立一个副中心就是我们说在现在的这个老城区呢，就是叫核心区主中心。那么我们副中心呢是建在另外一个区叫通州区，这是我们对它的可改造的这个土地的一个评价那么像这个红颜色的就是可以更新改造这个资源。这里边呢，当然呢，我们说在改造的过程当中，在城市发展的过程当中，因为我们有两种土地一种呢就是国有土地就是国有建设土地，一种呢是农村集体的土地那么它的所有权人是不一样的。所以呢，我们根据这个呢，我们可以提出来近期、远期、中期更新的这些土地，那么把它落实到空间上。这是呢，我们说要改造的就是通过评价改造。评价完了哪些土地是吧？怎么开发怎么改造？怎么更新？那么我们呢也提出了几种更新的这个模式或者叫再生的模式一种模式呢，我们说就是重 建啊，就是这个区域呢，它的房屋比较破旧啊，比如说我们说贫户区啊，这些呢很破旧了，它的环境也很差，生活条件也很差，基础设施又不配套，所以呢，这些我们把它叫做除旧建新啊，全面的更新，就是说把这些建筑地上的建筑全部推倒出来，它没有什么价值。这个区呢，就是北京啊，我们北京这个火车站旁边，我们看这个卫星图片呢，它密密麻麻啊，很破旧啊，这些环境很差，那我们就把这些房子重新拆了啊，重新改造啊，这是也一种模式。第二种模式呢，我们把它叫做修复啊，就是有一些老的建筑啊，那么我们属于也要适当的保护，就是把它活化啊，那我们呢叫做修旧如旧，功能提升啊，这些呢特别是一些商业性的建筑啊。昨天我们在台中市看到有一些叫绿光计划，就是利用这些老建筑啊，这些更新的是吧？这是一种啊模式。第二个，这个呢就是我们北京有一条街啊，它叫烟袋斜街。我们看原来的房子都很破旧了，但是呢它有历史的啊，这些文化的价值啊，所以那么所以更新啊、修复以后呢，它变成一个商业街啊，这个活力就增加了，所以就实现这个这个作用。第三种模式呢，就是保护与新建啊，就是对一些有价值的区域保护，在这旁边呢可以新建一个平衡啊，空间的平衡度啊，这是一个。比如说，大家去过上海的新天地啊，它是一个利用原来老建筑保护啊，这个恢复它的活力，在旁边的新建一些开发的区域啊，这样的就形成新旧协调发展啊。第四种呢，就是把它叫做功能再生啊，我起的名字叫“古木重生”，功能置换啊。那么到北京的可以到北京有一条街叫南锣鼓巷啊，也是北大的一个教授主持啊，这个更新再生的啊，非常好的一个案例。这个，那么北京还有一个呢，就是这个七九八，它开始呢也是这个公众参与的一个典范，就是一些艺术家、美术家或者他自发的用旧的厂房在里边搞创作，后来呢发展起来，我们政府开始主导啊，利用市场的机制把这个地方也搞得非常活跃啊。第五种呢，就是三维立体的开发，就是原来老城区地下空间利用的不够好，我们说通过把地下空间和地上一定的空间把它充分利用起来啊。这些案例很多啊，实际上就是不讲。在这个开发模式的基础上，我们说目前呢，我们在北京的主要是有两种类型，就是一种是文化为主导的，保护历史文化，让它更有活力这种开发啊。另外一种呢，就是要讲究经济的效益啊，那就是要比如新建的区域，那就要算进经济账啊，把它这些就是算是最后的一个经济账出。我们说叫综合效益，经济社会环境的效益综合算，能够解决就业的问题，改善生活环境的问题，通过再开发拥有各个利益主体能够获得收益啊，所以取得一个平衡，这是做的一个初步的一个预算。最后呢，我们可以依据这个呢提出来不同的改造的策略啊，对历史文化街区、对产业区、对生活配套区啊，我们怎么去做？这是根据不同的模式下的一些体现它的特色。我就讲了，谢谢，不好意思。
好，谢谢吴教授啊，我们听说北京东城区的这些改造计划。那么接下来我们还有请这个中国科学院啊这个董继昌董教授，他的专长在经济管理还有创新。
好，这个在座的各位朋友，大家下午好。我没有准备 PPT 啊，不好意思啊。 今天我主要讲2个层面的问题吧，因为我自己不做城市规划，也不做信息技术硬件的开发，那我主要偏宏观政策比较多一点。我现在目前呢，在中国科学院的创新学院这边负责他们的事务。我主要讲一讲我大概最近的一些实践经验吧。那么大家知道，这个智慧城市里面关于信息技术，大家都知道，包括下一代移动互联网包括我们物联网包括像什么我们的云计算，在大陆都在蓬勃的发展那么这些基础信息基础设施，包括刚才大家讲的一些硬件、制度保障，都有非常多的东西。刚才大家都谈到。那其实大家知道，在智慧城市中还有重要一点，就是这种创新的这种基础，包括产业形态，包括刚才大家的城市功能形态，包括什么像政府的这种管理形态，还有社会服务形态等等，有很多层面的问题。那我最近主要关注什么？就是中国科学院在跟各个城市的合作过程当中，我们体会到一些东西。那么当然，这个很多教授包括一些地方的市议员都在做这些事情大陆大家知道现在搞这个特色小镇，那么中国科学院呢，现在也在大力推进这个事情。那么中国科学院大家知道在大陆建了很多这种事业单位，那现在我们不再这样做，那我们现在干嘛？跟地方政府还有社会资本，还有社会很多第三方搞这种商业化的合作。比如说我们在这个国内的几个大城市，我就不具体的说哪些城市了，目前呢都在打造有5、6个这种所谓的小镇。那么这种小镇是怎么做的？那么科学院，那么主要把自己的人才还有技术力量，跟社会资本包括一些技术技术方，还有其他的社会第三方，我们作为什么叫政府的什么这种运营商那么现在科学院在逐渐跟什么这个社会资本、技术还有什么其他的社会第三方来搞这种城市运营管理这个我自己感觉呢。包括欧美一些特色小镇他们在建设过程当中都是这种模式，有一所比较好的大学或者几家顶尖的研究机构为龙头，那么聚集一些社会资本、技术资本包括什么这种所谓的什么这个其他的第三方资源，能够代替这个政府来管理整个城市的运营。你比如说像什么现在这个大陆的地方政府一些招商引资人才技术引进。那未来可能有这个社会第三方加上高校科研院所以及什么社会资本，他们来负责这个功能。我想这个对政府职能转变有非常非常大的一个作用。那么具体来说呢，科学院怎么做？比如说对地方的一些这种什么这个大工程企业，那么能够把我们的技术和研究人员能够跟他们有机的结合在一起，包括传统什么联合研发中心还有什么像其他很多的形式。我们呢，希望这个转业产经升级过程当中，有高校科研院所和社会资本来驱动就像美国的能源部还有国防部一样，那么也在转变这种东西。那么大中型企业这种研发功能，还有高校自己的研发功能那我们希望由社会资本来驱动那么这个跟刚才这个柯教授讲的 PPP 一会儿我再讲这个概念是一样的。那么从项目的立项一直到最后验收产业化。那么都是由社会资本来驱动那么政府的一些管理职能，还有很多的规划职能，应该由市场来主导，当然政府要调控那么这个呢，大陆也在不断在讨论，智慧城市到底应该政府主导还是市场来主导？这个我想，我们在这个包括像杭州、青岛在内来践行这个东西。那么还有一个细节的层面是什么呢？我们希望，比如说智慧城市还有一个重要的环节就是。大陆大家知道很多是劳动力就是个人计算和个人制造这块非常重要。智慧城市可能人的智慧、人之间的通信、信息的通信，包括下一代互联网，大家都知道。那么我们知道，就是什么人的这种个人计算、个人制造非常重要。我们大概在这几个城市里，有中国科学院加社会资本来推动什么这种个人的创客。当然，这个创客跟传统前几年提的创客概念是不一样的。我们是希望什么呢？包括这个它的工业产品工艺设计包括高端奢侈品的设计包括什么？它跟一些企业的一些联合的辅助功能跟政府合作的一些辅助工作。我们希望个人在家里就可以什么做这种个人创客。这种创客不是简单的，比如说我卖个煎饼果子、卖个烧饼 我们希望我们科学院还有其他大学进来以后，那么能发挥什么东西？给这些个人能够带来更多的技术和外部的知识资源。这是一个我想说的。那么接下来还有一个是，那么刚才柯老师讲到的这个所谓的叫 PPP 的概念。那么大家知道，现在政府手上可能没有这么多的财政预算去支持这个市场建设，那么怎么办呢？单个的 PPP 现在来发行，大家知道大陆现在搞了几万个 PPP， 那么实际上效果有的并不好，怎么办呢？原因很简单，就是什么？有的人就挑肥的，瘦的没有人去要。比如说，我希望有个管廊项目的收益不错，那我可能就愿意要这个项目。那么有人说呢，这个比如说这个绿化覆盖呀等等这个东西，我不愿意要。有人愿意要智能交通，有人愿意要什么东西啊？比如说这个暗间商业等等啊，那怎么办？那么财政部和这个国家发改委提出来一个所谓叫 PPP 项目群的概念，我把这个东西做一个 portfolio 啊，我打包，那怎么办呢？跟我的就是我的所谓公共服务，我的基础设施建设，包括我的社会保障，再加上我要做的这些产业生态，包括我的技术生态，都联合在一起做成一个 PPP 产业包。这样会发现什么？比以前单个项目要效果要好很多。实际上，我自己在财政部呢，在我的中国科学院，我这个地方我也当这个主任，叫 PPP 中心的主任。那我们现在呢，在调研全国的各个省，整个包括新建，刚才像这个冯老师讲，包括什么改建等等，在大力推进这种 PPP 的融资模式。那么 PPP 刚才讲的，其实不仅仅是简单的一个融资模式。那么对大陆而言，是更重要的是一个什么？是一个体制机制的转变啊，政府职能转变的这样一个东西，也是财政的什么？由短期财政计划改变中长期财政计划的一个重要的计划这是我讲的第二点。其实我最后谈一点关于这个旧城改造的一些感受。在北京读书到上班这么多年，我自己感觉一个最重要的问题，旧城改造的，像北京。原来的很多城中村改造完以后都搬到郊区去了，或者城乡结合。最大的问题是什么？又造成了新的不均衡或者不平等，是吧？比如说又形成了现在叫一个概念叫加引号的叫贫困集聚啊，包括交通啊、教育、医疗、文化、卫生等等这些问题，我走访很多城市，我发现都面临这个问题啊。那这个问题怎么去解决？我想，即使你把功能布置得很合理啊，那么你像很多我们的大城市就不举例的说了，那么在旧城改造中都存在这种严重的这种现象，怎么去解决？我觉得非常非常重要。总体来说，我讲几点。第一个呢，还是想说的这个，刚才总结一下，中国科学院呢在这个做法中呢，希望就有社会资本、技术资本，加一些有能力的管理的资本，再加上我们高校科研院所，希望跟政府合作，我们变成城市的运营商。那么当然，这个过程当中，政府要发挥自己宏观调控的职能啊。那么第二个是什么？我希望未来在智慧城市的建设当中，一定是一个 PPP 项目群的概念，而不是单个的项目运营的事情啊。最后呢，我提了点小感受啊，关于这个旧城改造。好，谢谢各位。
好，我们谢谢教授刚才我忘了提中国科学院它相当于我们在台湾的中央研究院。那中央研究院比较强调是学术的研究为主。那中国科学院在这个龚教授这边的人，他们不是只有在做学术研究，事实上非常重视在实务以及社会贡献，这是我们非常认同的一点那学术的这个写文章，应该对社会多发挥这个实务上的贡献跟影响力。那么接下来我们请这个焦国安董事长他是台湾智慧城市股份有限公司的董事长，他不只是智慧城市专家，他同时也是交通专家。那我们有请焦老师。
谢谢陈教授。让我今天来跟各位很简单的在各位的都市规划专家里面谈一下城市规划跟智慧城市的关系So I mentioned here talk about the smart city development. Let's start from the urbanized population in 1950. You can take a look at that time. The United States has 1 billion population, and China and India has about 64 million. And that's described this world. Yeah, excellent. So after 100 years, it's forecast that in 2050, most of the area in the world have more than 65% population will be in the urbanized area. You can take a look in the North and South America, in Europe, in part of Africa, in Japan and Taiwan. Actually, you can take a look. The population, urbanized population in Taiwan actually reached 50% in the urbanized area in 1962, and is about 80% right now. And China reached 50% of the urbanized population in about 3-4 years ago, 2013. So the urbanization and migration trends that put everything together, intellectual and business, culture, finance in the city. However, it also brings congestion, pollution, and public safety issues. 54% of the urbanized area, they consume about 2/3 of the energy in the world. So the continuous increase of globalization, urbanization has tested all the limits of city of health, public safety, power, transportation, infrastructure, which was not built for all so many people there. The urbanization in England, it takes about 120 years, from 20% to 40%. It took about 80 years in the US. Take a guess, how long it take for China? That's right, correct. It will be 20 years. And that created lots of problems because in England and US, gradually increase our infrastructure, population, and transportation. While in China, everything boomed. And that created lots of issues, right? So that means the city needs to be competitive in the world, has to become smarter to compete in the new world. So what is a smart city? Smart city is a smart citizen, have a smart life in a smart environment, and using smart mobility to create smart finance and participate in smart governance. Okay, so there are more than 75 billion connected devices by 2020. So IoT, Internet of Things, is everywhere. And we connect data and devices become IoT, and everything for instant detection, big data analysis, process optimization, and we have moved from IoT to IoE, is the Internet of Everything. So by 2020, there will be everybody connected by Facebook or by anything. And there are lots of business opportunity. There will be 50 trillion gigabytes of data connected. So as a planner, we want to have data to do our job. However, right now what we're facing is too much data. What we can do about the data, and we cannot really communicate, do our job using our traditional communication process of the data. So we really need to have the data interconnected, interchangeable, interoperable, interactive, and integrated in order to have collaboration, information sharing, which are the basic requirements for smart cities. So there are almost 1,000 cities in the world are working some sort of smart city. In China, there are more than 500 already. So, for example, in Smart Chicago, there are 3 main focus areas. First, they want to make sure all the citizens have internet access and technology, because without access to the internet and technology, they have no competitiveness, so they are going to bring down the society. So once you have access to internet technology, they want to make sure the citizens have digital skills and they can analyze the data for their life and for their work skill. As for Boston, and which relate to all of the urban planners here, they have a participatory urbanism, so they use smart technology to neutral public participation, and they have click and brick, your GIM, to link designer, planner, and city officials together to work on how to build and plan a city. And they also have 21st century learning to have citizen online and lifelong learning, and also have open data. They put core element of the smart city is open data, so everybody can use the data. And South Bend, Indiana, they have probably the most intense devices underwater because they have not reached, they don't have budget to reinvent, to fix underneath the drainage system. They use the sensor, they use the big data to analyze, to manage the sewage system.
And in your city where I come from, so the midtown move use a lot of sensor and RFID technology to improve the travel time by 10%. And Singapore, they moved from 2015 Smart Nation to 2025 Smart Nation. Basically, they want to put a whole island with all kinds of sensor data so they can connect everything and anticipate what their citizen wants and provide better data. So what basically they have a core concept, 3C means they want to connect, collect, and comprehend the data for Singapore citizens. As Taiwan actually, Taiwan probably has the most city have ever won Intelligent Community Forum Award, which is ICF organization based in Manhattan. And starting from 2006, Taipei won the Smart City of the World in 2006, and Taichung, where we are, have won the top of the Smart City Award in 2012 and 2013. So, what is a smart city? And on the internet, actually, we need to use a social network, location-based on mobility, and we talk about the solo. So the solo, we can do the online to offline to provide better services. And if you remember the news last year, Amazon will want to have a semi-automatic store, grocery store without personnel. They have a prototype last year, and they want to have the first real store in January this year. However, it was postponed due to their sensor cannot process some of the data. However, yesterday, Alibaba No-Man store opened yesterday. Okay, and what they do is they scan the QR code into the store, and you just pick up your merchandise and walk out the store. There's no issue, and you're going to receive a text message saying how much money you charge in your 支付宝 or Taobao. Okay, so that's a very, very convenient and no one in here. So based on their tracking system, image processing, they can have their behavior of the customer tracking, starting, and so they can really use the big data to help the store to understand better the behavior of the analyzer. So another thing happening right now is the driverless vehicle happening all over the world. Actually, right now, if you're interested, there's a French-based driverless vehicle van testing in Taiwan University campus this week, right now, until 13, so we have 2 days to go. So you can go out to test. What I'm trying to say is smart city is everywhere. They change the behavior of shopping, our travel, and the challenge for us as an urban planner is how we can develop the city in cope with all the very fast development of new technology in our life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. I forgot to mention that Professor James, he's been staying in the United States for more than 20, 30 years, so he's quite familiar about what happened in the United States. 刚才教授他所谈的是从全球宏观角度来看这个智慧城市。那么最后一位，我们再请这个也是我们这个会议的赞助公司极易科技的张进全董事长来谈从智慧建筑 BIM 的角度，还有家庭管理团队的建设。谢谢。
主持人，各位来宾，大家好。我们现在谈的是已经智慧城市，然后我们来谈一个物联网 MBIoT 的部分。刚刚前面所有的学者专家，大家都已经谈到扩张经济以及都市计划的扩张。那现在我们谈的是房子盖好。那房子盖好了之后，我想现在的画面都会看到，现在每一个建筑物都需要富有生命，但是最一开始的生命就是属于大数据。各位，上面的大数据对你来讲并不陌生，可是我们要知道，我们未来的建筑物，在整个城市来讲，建筑是一个最重要的风貌。那建筑在整个生活食衣住行来讲，它是一个最重要的载体。所 所以我们会在整个智慧城市来讲，我们会以BIM来作为一个建筑物，来作为它的一个资讯载体。刚刚前面专家学者谈到一个非常重要的问题，我们在整个豪宅也好，我们任何一个区域的开发也好，我们只看到在浮冰上的那一块的预算，但是未来的整个 FM 设施设备的管理的时候，在浮冰下的那个容积我们是看不到的。因此，透过BIM它的元件化跟数据，未来能够掌握未来整个养护的预算。那当然，我们透过这样的一个BIM，在城市中，如果每一个建筑它都是以BIM来做一个基础，那透过这样的基础之后，以它为做载体，那我们可以运用到，比如说我们在城市跟城市之间、栋与栋之间，那各位大家都知道，目前来讲的话，我们在这个网络的一个物联，在这个部分大部分都是用 WiFi 这个部分。那各位在 NB 这一块，可能各位甚少听到。那目前在 NB， 那我们在这一块的领域里面发展，我们已经完成了 NB 跟中华电信、NB 跟远传的一个测试。那我们看到 NB 它是一个载屏，一个 IoT 的应用。那各位在载屏的部分上面，各位可以看得到有很多不同的产品。那最重要的，各位可以看得到，我们在 NB IoT 这一块，在各项测试领域里面，它占的多是在各专家学者来讲，占的都是非常高的评分。那我们在这个部分来讲的话 ，NB IoT 它用的最主要几个特色，它传输距离快，它传输距离远。当然，我们它的成本跟低耗率。那这个部分来讲的话，就是我们目前在前1个月，我们完成了跟中华电信以及我们跟远传，我们把 NB 的传输的方式改成用 WiFi 的传输方式改成 NB 的传输方式。各位都知道，我们现在很多的网络，我们很多的节点，那我从这个区域到另外一个区域网络都会有节点。那因此呢，透过了这个所谓的电信的通信方式，载屏的一个频宽，它可以让你传输距离更远，而且它的节点更少。那因此呢，相对的它成本低，在运用面、生活的运用面，它是非常广。OK， 那这个是我们几个案例的分享啊，这个是我们在远传电信的一个案例，它可以来做追踪、来做定位，而且是非常的稳定。那当然，包含国外的一个德国电信德国电信它运用在整个一个 IoT 在一个室内空气品质侦测上面以及铁轨上面、铁道上面，他们有许多的案例这个是有关于这个案例的一个分享那我们待会呢，我们有5分钟的一个 demo， 很简短的 demo 来给各位展示一下 BIM 跟 NB 跟 IoT 的一个整个应用。那还有我们外面有一个一起科技的摊位，各位要记得我是一个赞助商，刚刚主持人有提到，各位可以到待会在学术我们讨论完的时候，可以到那边大家来参观一下。好，那现在就请我们这个李特助来为我们来做一下简单的展示。
没有关系，因为是赞助商，我们多给5分钟哈。
那其实刚各个学者都有提到，其实智慧城市它探讨议题非常多。我们从我们的环境建筑呢，到智慧交通、医疗、教育等等，其实它深入的议题面向非常广。那其实以城市来讲，其实我们每到一个城市最重要看到的东西一定都是建筑物，所以建筑是构成城市一个非常重要的核心元素。那我们在谈智慧城市的时候，那前提是我们的建筑智慧化里面，所以以建筑智慧化为前提来讲，非常重要的一个核心就是 BIM， 以它作为整个资讯整合的一个载体，透过 BIM 的3D 模型、可视化的界面，提供给所有管理者来做一个管理跟应用的部分。所以接下来包含展示，我刚提到，透过 NB-IoT， 我们现在实测的社区，我们透过我们的 BLE 的勾表，深入到所有末端的家用设备、所有建筑内的设备，监控它所有即时用电跟使用的一个状况。 有了这些数据的收集，我们才再谈怎么来去做节能，还有很多的切流量、先用电部分的一个管理和应用。所以里面谈到第一个，像我们透过像病毒这样的部分，可视化的一个界面。所以今天一个楼层的平面图，假设说我们透过病的界面，最重要是如何去做一个定位。所以空间定位技术是在人的定位上非常核心的一个部分。所以比如说通过可视化的平面图，我们今天选择，比如说我要看的是 B2 楼层的一些扬水马达。那我刚刚提到像 NB-LP 这样的一个传输的技术，在我们前面透过病建设好的所有的模型，它可以带来什么好处？第一个，并提供了完整的资讯，建筑生命周期完整，从前端设计、中期施工到后期营运管理一个整个完整的数据。所以你点击这些模型，它会给予你它所有的资讯，供我的现场的保养、维修人员或是我的管理者来做资讯的查阅跟浏览。再来是数据整合的部分。所以以这台的胖图来讲，比如说我现在点了这个通过 NB-LP 所收集回来的用电状况。很清楚可以看到这台设备它目前的用电的状况、它的温度等等，这些东西都透过我们的这个装置和这个传输的一个新的方式技术，深入到所有建筑内末端的实质设备来做一个管理跟应用。所以包含未来它所有的大数据的管理，透过并为核心的一个整合资讯，都可以达到接下来的这些上述的这些应用的部分。
谢谢。那我们就是实务，我们完成了我们的产品是非常不错的，最重要的。我是台中市，我是台中市的公司，希望这个顾问也有机会可以给我们多多指导。好，今天我报告到这边，谢谢。
好，谢谢这个张总的介绍我想这个场次其实意义非常广泛，从旧城区的改造到新城区的这种智慧化，我们所需要的这种讯息是非常多的。那今天我想在座这里每一个主题都是非常重要的。我们从政府的企图心开始，需要规划式的参与，要开放式的这种决策，一直到 real time feedback、智慧还有 BI 这个侦测所能发展出来的东西，以及在旧城区这种碰到这种财务问题PPP 还有会不会形成这个我们都市里面这样的老城区，需要一些科学化的评估系统，这些东西都是我们这些专家们所共同在努力的部分。我想希望各位朋友、专家们继续的参与这样的一个主题。非常大的一个主题方向，但是以后是一个很大的市场。我们再次谢谢所有的与会的朋友、专家，也谢谢各位朋友的参与，谢谢我们这场到此结束。
Thank you, Professor Chen, our panelists, for all inspiring presentation. We would now like to invite Professor Chen, the panelist, to come down to the floor to take a group photo. 谢谢陈教授以及其他的嘉宾的演讲。接下来我们有请他们到台下来拍一张大合照，有请。